The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage. And for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. Soon we'll be adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands. And you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
You got to press them down. Well, yeah. Okay, we're going to start in about 30 seconds here, guys, I think. Doesn't sound like he wants it to be a secret, does it? Gang. Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm going to call to order the Tuesday, October 14th, 2025 meeting of the Town of Falmouth Select Board. We are going to proceed into executive session. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor by roll call?
Brown eye.
Muscali, aye.
Goldstone, aye.
Reed, aye. Richardson, aye.
Okay, we will be back after executive session. Thank you. Okay, good evening. It is 6:30, and I'm calling to order the Tuesday, October 14th, 2025 regular meeting of the Town of Falmouth Select Board. We have returned from executive session where we, in item 1, discuss strategy with respect to imminent litigation, and item 2, discuss strategy with respect to imminent litigation, Ray 341 Seacoast Boulevard. Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Just a reminder to please silence your cell phone and notify the chair if you're making a video or audio recording of this open session meeting. The placement and operation of recording equipment should not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. So moving on to recognition, I am going to recognize that we are honored to have in the audience this evening the former chair of the Select Board, Ms. Taylor, and the former vice chair of this board, Mr. Zielinski. So thanks for joining us. Okay. Any other recognition? Members? Ms. Goldstone? Sure.
I'm in a recognizing kind of mood, I guess. I would like to recognize, first of all the runners, but especially all of the volunteers who braved the weather this weekend to make the Cape Cod Marathon and all of their events a success. Also, our Coast Guard for a rather unusual rescue this weekend. And then last but not least, the hundreds of federally employed individuals in our community currently on furlough or working without pay, and the nonprofits throughout town who often step in to help support our federal workers during these shutdowns.
Thank you very much. Any others? Mr. Brown? No? No? Okay. Any announcements? I have one. I was honored to be part of the Indigenous Peoples celebration at the Cultural Center at the Museums on the Green on Sunday. Read out the proclamation this board had adopted on September 29th. It was really a wonderful program. There was a conversation between Dr. Feynman Silva and Chief Mills, former Chief Mills of the tribe, and his daughter Roxanne Mills Brown, discussing how it was growing up in Falmouth, how they assimilated into the community with, in rather difficult circumstances at times. So it was really a wonderful program, and we were thanked for the contribution that we were able to make to the celebration. So thank you again, Mr. Town Manager. So anyone else? Any announcements? No. Okay, we will then move on to public comment. Is anyone wishing to make public comment? If you are, please raise your hand and approach the podium. If there's none, then I don't have to make an announcement about public comment. So, okay. We will move to the consent agenda. Licenses. Considering a vote to approve the application by West Falmouth Library, located at 575 West Falmouth Highway, West Falmouth, for a special one-day wine and malt beverages license for a book launch featuring author Katherine Zappone, to be held on October 22nd, 2025, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Number 2, consider a vote to approve the application by West Falmouth Library, located at 575 West Falmouth Highway, West Falmouth, for a special one-day wine and malt beverages license for a fall wine tasting to be held on October 29th, 2025, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Consider a vote to approve the application by Cape Arts and Entertainment, Inc., DBA Cape Symphony and Cape Symphony Presents, located at 60 Highfield Drive, Falmouth, to amend its annual entertainment license by extending the hours from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. to 9:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. to allow daytime events. Consider a vote to approve an application from Shipwrecked, LLC, for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license for the Shipwrecked Falmouth in the Fall Road Race After Party to be held in the parking lot of Shipwrecked, the Heights Hotel, 263 Grand Avenue on Sunday, 11/2/25, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Administrative orders. Discuss and consider approval of the appointment of an alternate member, H. Carter Hunt, Jr., to serve on the Military Civilian Community Council, MC3, at Joint Base Cape Cod. Consider a vote to approve and sign the regulatory agreement for 464 Main Street. Consider a vote to approve a conservation restriction for 168 Shore Street.
Hold, please.
Okay. Consider a vote to approve the FY26 Municipal Road Safety Program grant. Number 5, consider a vote to accept a donation from Gerald and Diane Lynch in the amount of $500 to the Police Department. Number 6, consider a vote to accept a donation from Gerald and Diane Lynch in the amount of $500 and a donation from Faye Clark DeJulian in the amount of $500 to the Falmouth Fire Rescue Department. And number 7, discuss and consider support for and approval of written testimony on House Bill H40825, the refundable Title V septic tax credit.
Hold.
Okay, very good. Okay, we can discuss the first hold, Ms. Goldstone?
Would you like to move the remainder of the consent agenda?
We could do it that way. Do you want to vote the consent agenda and just exempt the holds at this point? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 3 and 7.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing or seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we will proceed to Vice Chair Goldstone's hold of item number 3.
Yeah, I guess I have a couple of questions about this application for a conservation restriction, given its location in a densely residential area downtown. I guess one question, and I do see our Community Development Director is also here in the audience, so perhaps a question for you, Mr. Pornock. But given that the portion of the parcel that would be placed under conservation restriction is in a couple of different flood designations, would that portion of the lot otherwise be developable based on that flood designation?
For the record, can you hear me? For the record, Judge Brown.
Sounds good.
How about that? Does that work? Just project. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right, very good. For the record, Judge Cornock, Community Development Director. Unfortunately, I can't answer that. I'm not really familiar with that site, but if it is within a flood zone, there are certainly challenges to doing any sort of development on that piece of the property. Any more questions?
I guess would just love a little bit more color on the conservation argument for that piece of property. Having walked and driven past it, it certainly has trees on it, but doesn't seem like dense habitat. And so I was curious, the recommendation, obviously, since it's on the consent agenda, is to grant a conservation restriction. And again, just kind of curious about the rationale, the value of that conservation restriction.
So I can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the rationale, as far as I understand, because this is not a town project, this comes to us from the 300 committee, and the impetus actually came from the homeowner. So they have requested the conservation restriction be put on their own land, and the 300 committee is taking on the responsibility for maintenance of the conservation restriction. Here, in reading through the conservation restriction, it's my understanding that the real driving purpose for this restriction is to support what's already on there as a historic preservation site. So it's really in support of the structures there. so that the land can be kept in perpetuity in a way that, that assists keeping the structures intact for as long as possible.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
I don't know this project particularly either, but I do know that people oftentimes try to develop their property and they find out that it's conservation-controlled areas that they can't use, so they seek some tax relief. through
Yeah, I
that.
mean, that may very well be it, but, you know, in order to get a determination or a deduction, you probably have to do an appraisal, and that appraisal would indicate whether or not the property is developable or not, and clearly, if it's not developable, the tax benefit would be less than it would be if it was developable property. So that may very well be what's behind it, so. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, is anyone prepared to move the approval for the conservation restriction for 168 Shore Street?
I'd be willing to make a positive motion in favor of that because 300 committees supporting it, there must be some value to the land for
Okay.
conservation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing no, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous, thank you. Okay, we will now move to number 7.
Yeah, I'm only holding because I need to abstain.
Okay.
From item 7.
But now that it is held, Mr. Renshaw, would you be able to just give us a little bit of a background on this with respect to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have
I
a
certainly,
detailed letter in there. in
I
the
certainly
file,
can.
But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a letter that is in your packets. I'm recommending the Select Board approve and submit the letter to the Joint Committee on Revenue. As you may recall, it was, let me see, I want to get the dates right. It was last year. The Water Quality Management Committee voted a recommendation of the Select Board to support the septic system tax credit refundable, changing it from non-refundable, the current model, to refundable. There was great discussion back in December of last year. On December 16th, the board authorized sending a letter of support. I believe I included a copy of that letter. If I didn't, I apologize, the formal letter. On May of this year, Representative Vieira presented House Bill 4082, an act relative to a refundable Title V septic tax credit. I noted on the General Assembly website that the bill received concurrence from the Senate back on May 8th, just a few days afterwards. It's currently scheduled for a hearing before the Joint Committee on Revenue on October 17th, so this week. So it was time sensitive. The Water Quality Management Committee Chair assisted greatly in drafting the letter, which is attached to your packet, again to the Joint Committee on Revenue, to both the Chair, the Senate Chair, and the House Chair, recommending approval and passage of this important piece of legislation.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
I would just comment that I think it's very important because a lot of folks on the lower income scale are not really going to be able to benefit by the $18,000 tax credit, so that's the reason for this. There's a lot of people on limited income that are going to be less advantaged by the write-off if they can't take it over, I think it's 6 years.
Okay. Any further? Okay.
No, I would make a motion to approve the attached written letter and testimony in support of House Bill 4082, an act relative to a refundable Title V septic system tax credit as presented, and authorize the chairperson to sign the letter.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
With
Abstain.
Mr. Richardson abstaining. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to committee interviews. And the first is for the Economic Development and Industrial Corp., Mr. Jim Fox. Jim, would you?
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I had served on the EDIC before and done a lot of work with them. There was a period there where I was busy running 2 businesses and a couple of things going on at the station that I was worried about that I didn't want to have any conflict with, so I took a couple years off. And I recently saw the development that they're planning, and it fits much better into some of the things that we've been working on the planning board to houses that look like they belong in Cape Cod and a smaller scale, and I really like what they're doing. I thought I'd like to get back and be part of it. And I think I could help them because I have a lot of background knowledge of the whole, not only the EDIC, but the station, as well as the landfill and some other projects that I've been involved in the past.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Mr. Reed?
I serve as the co-chair of the EDIC, and I recommend Jim for this position. He comes to us at a time where we are moving from project-based work to one of thought-based leadership in terms of economic development here in town. But Jim also brings an extensive knowledge of what we've done in the technology park as well as at the station. So I'd like to make, pending no other questions from the select board, I would like to make the motion to approve Jim for a 3-year term.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very
Jim,
much. I'm
thank
off
you
to the
for your
planning
offer
board.
of service, Mr. Fox.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Travel safe to the planning board.
Okay, number 2, Commission on Substance Use. We have 3 applicants for 2 positions. We have Dr. Greg Parkinson. Dr. Parkinson, please approach, introduce yourself, tell us why you'd like to be on the committee. Mr. Renshaw, you want to start us off and just indicate what the openings are?
I will, Mr. Chair. As you noted, there are 2 vacancies currently on the Commission on Substance Use. The terms end June 30th of 27, and the other term ends June 30th of 2028. As you mentioned, there's 3 applicants for these 2 positions, and Dr. Parkinson is going to present his qualifications and background.
Okay.
Hi, committee
Floor is
members,
yours.
everyone. I'm Greg Parkinson. I'm a pediatrician at Falmouth Pediatrics and have been there since 1995. Been in town the same length of time. I'm also the school physician for the town of Falmouth. And as a pediatrician and obviously as a school physician, you know, we've seen a huge shift in the landscape, obviously in that 30-year time period, from a relatively uncommon occurrence of substance use, deaths especially, and to an all too common experience that we've all been affected by. My children, who all went through Falmouth schools, who are now between the ages of 25 and 30, I believe the count is 30 class members between the 3 of them and plus or minus 1 year that are no longer with us, and which is just a shocking number. Now, that those are not all substance abuse deaths, some of them are car crash deaths, but you get the idea of just how, you know, you already know how impactful this is. We're also at the office and in the community very affected by the number of grandparents raising children and the effects that substance abuse has had on the whole job of parenting in so many of our communities. My understanding is that the committee has had a strong presence, but the area that is most in need is the prevention side of substance abuse. Had several conversations with the committee, with the various people at the school about the need for, prevention. Obviously, speaks for itself, and I would love to, take the expertise that I have, in addition to 30 years of caring for kids in the community. I've also been involved in advocacy at the State House for about 20 years. Primarily in injury prevention, and sit on the Mass chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics board as their injury prevention co-chair. And I see poisoning prevention, this is really an outreach of injury prevention as far as I'm concerned. So happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
I have one. Do you have any opinions about programs with respect to harm reduction in the issue of substance use?
Right, so the, prevention we think of as primary prevention, secondary prevention, so when you have, obviously the most ideal form of prevention is primary, prevent a problem before there is one. When somebody already has a problem, obviously it requires a different set of eyes and a different, more specialized approach. And so clearly harm reduction is also important. We'd love to eliminate this problem, but we've got to keep people from dying. That's pretty, I think, apparent.
I'm also wondering, as a physician, only because it's been in the news a lot lately, your opinion on the use of these GLP weight-reducing drugs with respect to assisting in people who are suffering from addiction.
I wouldn't want to venture an opinion on that. That's beyond my area
Okay.
of
Appreciate
expertise.
your
I'd leave
thought.
that
Thank
to
you.
someone.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Brown.
Hi, Dr. Parkinson. Thank you for applying for this. It seems that it would be very advantageous to have you on the committee, whereas you're already the school physician. Does that position afford you more opportunities to introduce programs?
I like to think it does. It would, I'm in the schools regularly, and I think I'm pretty well known within the schools, and I think the people that work there feel very comfortable coming to me. And I should mention as well that right now we don't have in addition to the schools, and sorry to digress, the other thing that I don't believe is represented on the committee is somebody who has been an active part of Falmouth Hospital, which, I started there in '95, and although, as you're well aware, the pediatric and maternity services are not there anymore, I have a long institutional history and know a lot of people in the building, and I think that's another area that the committee would like to become more involved, is collaborating with the hospital in various ways, from the availability of grants to just making sure that people that are there, if there are needs that the hospital has that the committee can help with for those people who are presenting.
All right, thank you.
No. Do you have a preference with respect to the term? As you heard, one ends June 30, 2028, and one ends June 2027.
I do not.
You would go with either one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Say hi to Chris for me. It's been 6 or 7 years probably since I saw him. Just a quick question on if you have a stance on overdose prevention centers, and if that's something that, could be a potential tool.
There are other people on the committee who are more, have more expertise in that area. From what I have seen, though, they have value. There's a stigma, there's do we really want to be a town that has this kind of thing? I would, I like to think that, unfortunately, we live in a time where you can, you can be public about just about anything, but your substance abuse issue is still difficult, especially for the population that I deal with. Alan Ayers and I have had this discussion that, you can talk about anything, but you can't say to your buddy, I think I have a drinking problem when you're 17, because it's just not so. And so I see that as another outreach of that, I know, there are fears, around the idea of needles and that kind of thing, but if it prevents harm, then, if the data suggests that it prevents harm, then I would be open to looking at it.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll ask Ryan Walker, who is another applicant, to approach.
Good evening. Hi, I am Ryan Walker. Thank you, Select Board, for allowing me the interview for this commission. I'm new to Falmouth, and I felt motivated to apply because I have a deep belief in public service. And I wanted to apply for this commission specifically because of my experience and my skill set in this particular field. I currently work for the Massachusetts Department of Public Health's Bureau of Substance Addiction Services. And in my role there, I'm the director of SUD treatment facility licensing for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I've been in that role for 5 years, and I've also been with the Department of Public Health for 10 years in various roles in this field. I've been with the drug control program, and I've served as quality improvement analyst for the Bureau of Health Professions licensure. But I feel my work prior to that is what's most applicable for this commission. I served as an outreach coordinator for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office for a few years. And in that role, I helped develop and build community coalitions that focused on substance use disorder. When I started in my role back in 2013, there were only 6 community coalitions that were actively functioning and operating in Norfolk County. And when I had left 2 years later, there were close to 20 that had strategic plans and had visions for how they would address substance use in their communities. I feel that my skill set and my background is very applicable for this commission. I have a master's in public administration from the University of Massachusetts Lowell, which has led me to lead and be a director in multiple positions in state government. And I feel very passionate about giving back and serving my community. So I welcome any questions, and again, thank you.
Yes. Let's go ahead, Stone.
Certainly very impressive resume and a lot of qualifications you bring. I'm curious whether you've attended any meetings of the commission and whether there are specific, you mentioned strategic planning, obviously you're connected to the state. Are there specific actions or things that you would be looking to advance if you were part of the commission?
Yes, thank you. I've attended a few commission meetings, and in preparation for this interview, I've also reviewed the meeting minutes for the last 10 years of the commission. And one thing that appears glaringly missing are conversations about data and outcomes and measures. It's difficult to move a coalition forward without measuring what success is. And I think that's something that I can bring to the commission immediately in my skill set and my experience.
I have no questions. Very impressive resume.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Okay, thank you. And now we'll ask Mr. Brian LeBlanc is here. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name's Brian. Thank you, guys. I am a house manager of Sober Fit, which is a sober house. I've been a manager there for about a year. Before that, I was an assistant manager of a sober house in Lynn for 4 years. I myself am in recovery. I have 5 years sober, 5.5 years sober and clean. So as a house manager, I'm constantly around people in recovery. I work with people in recovery. I myself know what it's like to be in recovery. Before that, before the drugs and substance issues that I had in my life, I was in school to be a social worker. I did not finish. I did volunteer jobs as a leadership peer mentor. I did outreach for a program called Journeys of Hope in Salem that worked with at-risk youth. But needless to say, I have a big understanding of what it's like to be in recovery, more than most people do. There's a lot of stuff that school and books won't teach you about recovery unless you've actually been through it and lived it. There's also a lot of the data will show certain things, but like I said, living it is a completely thing. I believe the commission needs somebody that lives in recovery and knows what it's like to be surrounded by people in recovery. I believe the sober houses need to be represented in the committee. I believe sober houses themselves are a great help. If it wasn't for a sober house, I wouldn't be where I am today, and I'm thankful for it. I'd like to see that representation of somebody in recovery in the committee more, and that's my, why I decided to apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Following on Vice Chair Goldstone's the question to the prior, Mr. Walker, have you been able to attend any of the meetings?
I was at a meeting last month, yes.
Okay. And just since you're in the business, if you will, how do you feel about the MASH program and well, not quite certifications, but
So the
that
house
program?
I am not a MASH certified house, so I don't work with too many MASH certifications. From my understanding of talking to other people that do MASH certifications, it's a great thing that helps a lot of people out. Coming out of recovery, there's not a lot of ways to pay rent, and that's a struggle for a lot of people in recovery. Even if you get a job, you have to wait 2 weeks to get your first paycheck, and that goes towards food or transportation. So the MASH grants and the funding do a lot for people for those first couple of months in recovery, especially in the sober house.
Okay, thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Anyone have any other questions? Mr. Richardson.
Question for the town manager. Can we create another position so we can have all three of these talented applicants?
So, as the board may recall, back in July, we actually expanded the membership. I was remiss I did not mention that from 5 to 7. So the board can opt to vote to increase membership.
I would like to go to 8 members. I think these are all three incredibly diverse and highly qualified, who would each bring a unique perspective.
So, Mr. Chair, let me just consult first with Town Council, because this wasn't posted in tonight's agenda for the creation, so it may have to be properly posted in a subsequent agenda to execute that.
Agreed. That is fine legal analysis, Town Manager. It is not on the agenda. It's not properly been noticed. I also would caution about making the group too large, because then you have to worry about meeting the quota. Certainly, anyone who's not a member can come and participate anytime they want and speak in a public meeting.
I would still, I mean, if I need to shut up, just let me know, but I would still move forward on doing that in a future meeting. So if we can accept 2 tonight on the condition that in the future meeting, next meeting, hopefully we could add a position and then the third applicant. You know, if that opens up other applicants, we can deal with that then, but I think all three of these people deserve to be on this. The more the merrier, in my opinion.
So I would caution against voting against that tonight, since it is not on the agenda.
I would have to agree myself, I think. Okay, you could certainly take it up with a proper application and a proper notice. So, does anyone want to make a motion with respect to any of the current applicants?
I do have one question.
Okay.
Not necessarily for the applicant, but of the, anyone else who might be here that might be on the committee, to give us a little more better understanding of the makeup of the committee. Because, as this gentleman said, there should be somebody on there who's actually living it, and we have 2 very highly qualified professional candidates. I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to put them on, but I'm interested to know the makeup of the commission, and I wish I knew that more offhand. Yes, Ms. Wu?
Sorry. Yes, Elias, if you want to approach.
I'm Elias Lieberman. I am a member of the Commission on Substance Use. My understanding is that historically the commission initially, and this goes back decades, had 9 members. And over the course of time, perhaps because of issues of having a quorum, it shrank. But there's been a lot of talk within the commission over the past year or so about the need to expand. We currently have 5 members, right? Myself, the chair is Dennis Lyon, who is a retired pharmacist. Dr. Katharina Armstrong is a relatively new member. She is an infectious disease specialist. I come as a member of the community, but with experience as a congregational rabbi. Samantha Bauer, very involved in a community activity and a program that she runs called Inspiration is Everywhere. Richard Corey, who works in the field. So I think we have a great broad representation. My sense of the commission is that we would welcome all three of these people. We have talked about the desire to expand the committee to enable that to happen. If it can't happen tonight, I think it's the commission's intent to bring a request to the select board to expand either to 8 members or perhaps 9, because we think there may be even more interest out there in serving on this commission.
Yes, Ms. Goldstone.
First, thank you, Mr. Brown, because your question mirrored mine. I'm curious, when you say there's desire to expand, why? What would the additional members bring? Is that in terms of diversity of perspectives? Is that in terms of workload that committee members are doing outside of meetings? What's the impetus for wanting more members?
Madam Vice Chair, I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt. This is not on the agenda. The agenda item is about discussing whether to vote to add these 3 people. This item has to be saved for another agenda item.
Mr. Chair, I would move postponement of the vote to appoint new members to the Substance Abuse Commission until a time when we can discuss the composition of the commission more holistically.
Second. Sorry.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No?
I don't want to wait.
No? Mr. Reed?
I'm an aye.
Okay, well, I guess it's 3-2 to postpone.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Announcement so it's clear for the people.
Well, Mr. Brown is asking, so everyone understands, there was a motion to postpone any discussion until we could decide whether or not we want to expand the membership of the commission, and that vote was 3 in favor and 2 against. So it'll be tabled for the time being. I personally feel it's unfortunate. The commission needs those people on the commission. I personally see no reason to delay, but that's the vote. So we'll move on to the Board of Assessors. Joseph Clancy. Mr. Clancy, are you in the... Yeah, of course you are. There you are. Everyone knows Mr. Clancy.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Clancy. I'm a full-time resident of the town of Falmouth, and currently I serve on the Council on Aging. A few weeks ago, Peter Johnson Staub called me and asked if I would submit an application to be on the Board of Assessors. I thought about it for a few moments and thought I would be happy to serve the town in that capacity if you'll have me. As far as some of my experience, I came to Falmouth in 1976 to complete the mass appraisal for McGee and McGann, who had been hired by the town to do that service. In 1980, we completed that project where we measured all of the buildings in the town, put values on all of the properties, residential, commercial, industrial, and land, and then supported the property values through the appellate tax board and any challenges. I subsequently went on to be the regional manager and successfully complete revaluations for 23 other towns and cities in southeastern Massachusetts, including Nantucket, some towns on the Vineyard, a lot of towns in southeastern Massachusetts. In 1984, I ended my mass appraisal career and took up independent fee appraisal, where I became a designated appraiser, and currently I have Massachusetts license number 76 for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and I'm in good standing and have recertified that license until July of 2027. So I'm an active real estate appraiser in the field of valuation of properties. I happen to be one of those people that understands appraisal and assessing. And I understand the differences between the two and how important each of those particular roles serve in our community. I think I can serve on the Board of Assessors and offer whatever information that I know about assessing help to set the tax rate, to keep that part of the board's challenge going, and be of whatever assistance I can to the principal assessor that we've just hired. So I think that's about all of my experience, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Clancy? No?
I have a quick one.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Hi, Mr. Clancy. Thanks for coming tonight. I wonder, have you heard of, there was a discussion at One Cape Summit about appraisals and assessments that nationwide seem to have a preponderance of overvaluing lower income properties and undervaluing higher income properties. Have you been aware of any kind of study like that? Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I've read some of those articles. I haven't encountered any on my own. Obviously, Falmouth is a very diverse community with many, many neighborhoods, villages, and some very elaborate homes and oceanfront and that sort of thing. I haven't encountered it locally or on Cape Cod.
Yeah, it was interesting, and the speaker forwarded a survey. If you're interested, I'll forward it to you at some point, but just curious if your thoughts on that, if you had any, so thank you.
Okay. There's 2 openings, so I think we would be prepared to possibly entertain a motion with respect to Joseph Clancy.
I move approval or appointment of Joseph Clancy to serve on the Board of Assessors from a period ending June 30th, 2028. There's 2. There's 2027 and 2028. Do you have a preference?
27, please.
Okay. Appointment ending in 2027, June 30.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bruce Beardsley.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Beardsley, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I've been involved in Falmouth. Both my grandparents and parents retired here. I've been a homeowner since 1998, but just recently retired, so my wife and I moved down here full-time just last August. I have previously served in the town of Medfield on the Board of Assessors from 1997 to 2009, I believe. Have a background in real estate, and actually was fortunate enough to work for Joe Clancy many years ago. So you would not find a finer representative for the board than Joe. So with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Your resume is very helpful with respect to your prior service on the Board of Assessors in Medfield. So does anyone have any questions? Mr. Brown?
I would just ask the same question that I asked Mr. Clancy. Have you ever heard or read anything about that?
Actually, I haven't even seen those articles.
Okay.
Aware of the dynamic, but no, I have no personal experience with that, but certainly be interested in coming up to speed.
Great. I'm looking forward to looking into it. Hopefully we're not slipping on that, but I guess it's a possibility. Probably not.
Well, it looks like Mr. Clancy has forced you to take the position until 2028. Is that okay with you?
I noticed that. I don't want to be presumptive, but.
All right. Well, very good. Is there a motion?
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Bruce Beardsley to the Board of Assessors for the term expiring June 30, 2028. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Okay. And the Historical Commission, and Mr. Renshaw, you always keep stealing your thunder. You want to tell us about the Historical Commission?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Real briefly, it's a five full voting member commission with 2 alternate members. As you can see in your packet, there's currently 1 full voting membership vacancy with a term ending June 30th of 27, and 2 alternate member vacancies, one with a term ending June 30, 27, and one with a term ending June 30, 2028. Mr. Bocchino has submitted an application late last month for the full voting member position.
Okay, well, thank you. To introduce yourself and tell us why you want to be on the commission, sir.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Chris Buccino. I'm a landscape architect, a Massachusetts licensed landscape architect. I was invited by Annie Dean, who's on the commission, to apply for the position. Her husband, Doug Jones, was one of my teachers at Falmouth Academy many years ago, and so he suggested to Annie that I might be a good person to join the committee and bring up an interesting perspective as a landscape architect. Apparently that's a perspective that they don't currently have on the commission and have not had, and I feel like that would add value to the commission moving forward. I've lived in Falmouth my entire life. My mom and I moved back to Falmouth when I was 18 months old. My grandparents moved here in 1955. My grandfather was a bartender at the Treadway Inn at Cape Cod Country Club before he became proprietor of the Silver Lounge restaurant, which he had from 1956 to 2000 when he retired. My grandfather was also one of the founding trustees for Falmouth Academy, so he helped to get Falmouth Academy started. So I feel that the history of my family, my wife's family and my family, all from Falmouth. My wife and I moved back to Falmouth and have been living here for the past 7 years. We have 2 children, a 4-year-old boy and an 18-month-old girl. So they will continue as 4th generation here in Falmouth. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone? Yes, Ms. Goldstone.
Yeah, just one question. I always feel like one of the greatest challenges of our historical commission is balancing historical preservation with the needs of the community to evolve and be able to adopt new technology and evolve to changing needs. And I'm curious how you approach that kind of conundrum in historical preservation.
Sure. I think there's a matter of determining as a commission and community what has value for the community and what might not have as much value. So I think it's defining value, and also I think yeah, I suppose that would be kind of my key impression is that is it conservation or preservation and determining value of these historic kind of elements and fabric of our town.
Mr. Brown?
Hi, I've been asking this of all the Historic Commission applicants. So we've been having a lot of more modern elements in both Main Street and other historic districts that have been improved recently, but personally I'm more of a traditionalist, and I wonder what's your feeling on that? Are you like more acceptable to the modern stuff, or do you feel like tradition is overrules, or do you have an opinion?
What's interesting is I think it was 2014 or 2015, I presented in front of the Historic District Commission, and it was the project was on Quistit Harbor. It was the first modern house in a historic district. So I was working for the landscape architect on that project.
Okay, there's my answer.
Yeah. So I suppose under the right circumstances, I think I think a community has to evolve. I cherish the traditional kind of fabric of the town, but I think we're always creating a new history in the town. So what buildings 200 years from now are we building now that will be seen as historical that perhaps we're not seen as traditionally historical today?
I remember that argument when it was being done, because I was questioning it, saying, geez, that beautiful old gambrel, and now we have this, and I was just shaking my head. And it's a beautiful building, it's just so unusual and unique that it doesn't strike you as a historic district. So.
I was just the landscape designer on that project.
You're not responsible for the roof. All right, well, thank you for answering anyway.
Okay, any more questions of Mr. Buccino? Okay, we have a motion?
I would move appointment of Christopher Buccino to the Historical Commission, full member position for a term until June 30th, 2027.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Buccino.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to our public hearing, and I will ask Vice Chair Goldstone to read the notice.
Notice is hereby given under Chapter 140, Section 183A of the General Laws, as amended by Chapter 299 of the Acts of 1926 and amendments thereto, that Shipwrecked LLC, located at 263 Grand Avenue, Falmouth, Massachusetts, has applied for a one-day entertainment license and Sunday entertainment license for an event to be held in the parking lot of Shipwrecked and the Heights Hotel, 263 Grand Avenue, on Sunday, November 2nd, 2025, between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. A hearing on the above application will be held in the Old Silver Surf Drive Program Room at the Senior Center, 780 Main Street, Falmouth, Massachusetts, on Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, at 6:45 p.m. Comments may be sent to selectboard@falmouthmad.gov.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Renshaw?
Just a couple of quick comments, Mr. Chair. A lot of this is in your packet, so I'll try to stick to the stuff that is not. If approved tonight, this event would be held in the parking lot of Shipwrecked, the Heights Hotel, and the property parking lot would be closed to all vehicular traffic. As you can see in your packet, the applicant is proposing the use of an amplified DJ and an acoustic duo. The one piece of information that is not in your packet that I thought it was important to bring up during tonight's public hearing, as you all recall, I think the entire select board was emailed from a community member who was concerned about septic issues at the property. I reached out, I want the select board to know that I reached out to the health agent, Scott McCann, and he is very much aware. He's been monitoring the situation. Scott advises me, and the applicant perhaps can speak to this as well. Scott advises me that they're due to replace that system after road race, the event, but Scott and the health department are continuing to monitor. It's important, Scott wanted me to mention to the board that they ran 4th of July and the road race weekend without any incident, so the health agent is confident that the system, the pumping regime that they're currently using is adequate. As I mentioned, they have a program in place to prevent overflow by pumping just before events, so there's no, this health agent is not concerned about an overwhelming the capacity of the system. As an update, although we don't have an absolute timeline for the improvements, the repairs, as I said, they're going to begin after this particular event, the week after, and depending upon the delivery of component pieces, they estimate 3 to 4 week installation time. But the main point is the health department is not concerned if they continue to follow, and we will monitor and ensure that they continue to follow that pumping regime.
And if it didn't, then the health agent would have the ability to shut it down, I would assume. With
Yes.
proper notice.
That is correct.
And so forth. Okay, thank you. Is the applicant in the audience? Okay. Please identify yourself and tell us about the, that one's better. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dominique. I'm a representative of Shipwrecked tonight. I'm a server and manager over there, and this is just an application for the after party in the back lot. It's very similar to the regular road race, just a lot smaller. We're still gonna have a Sam Adams beer truck, some of our cooks cooking burgers and dogs. We have a lighthouse that we opened on the side that has snacks, candy. I think we're looking to do a cotton candy machine for kids. So yeah.
Okay, any questions? I think we, go ahead, Mr. Richards.
It's not a question. I just want to say, keep it up with the TikTok. I get friends from all over the country send me your stuff. So
Yeah.
I think it's great.
Yeah, it's been a good year on the socials for us.
Yeah, that's all.
I think we've all been impressed with how well the Shipwrecked operates the various events that it has down there. It's a small area, tight community, and we rarely get any complaints. So thank you for all you're doing.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion? Anyone in the audience like to speak to this application? There being none, can I entertain a motion to close the hearing? Okay, we have a motion. Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do we have any discussion amongst ourselves, or are we prepared to make a motion?
Prepared to make the motion to approve the application submitted by Shipwrecked LLC for a one-day entertainment license and Sunday entertainment license for the Shipwrecked/Falmouth in the Fall Road Race after party to be held in the parking lot of Shipwrecked/The Heights Hotel, 263 Grand Avenue on Sunday, November 2nd, 2025, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
/second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
We will now proceed to the business portion of our agenda. The first item is to consider a vote to select a site for the new police station. But before we do, I just want to announce to the audience that I have asked the town manager to arrange for a further community meeting, regardless of what happens this evening, with respect to the siting of the police station. And he informed me before the meeting that we have a date that the parties can attend. It's going to be October the 28th. We're still working on a location, but once that is verified, it'll be posted appropriately, and the community will have an opportunity to hear more about the proposal and issue their comments and so forth. So that being said, Mr. DeMello, you're going to lead us off? Mr. Renshaw, would you like to make some introductory comments?
No, Mr. Chairman, I want to leave the time for the presenters tonight. It's all in the packet.
Okay, we do have you down for 45 minutes, and we'd like you to stay as close to that as you can.
Once again, we're going to do the best we can, Mr. Miscali, to stay within that limit.
Thank
Good evening. I'm Boyd DeMello. I'm chairman of the Police Station Advisory Committee. First of all, I'd like to thank you for reconsidering this matter so promptly after our last meeting with the board. Again, joining us here tonight are members of my committee, Police Chief Laurie and the representatives of the internal working group from the police department. With me also tonight is the Veritex companies and Tecton Architects, as well as some other key municipal partners. Since our presentation on September 29th to the board, we've listened carefully to your concerns and questions, and we've also heard from members of the community about their concerns. And I want to acknowledge also the invaluable support of our town manager, the assistant town manager, DPW director, and town council in this matter. So tonight, we're going to begin with Jed Cornock, who is the community development director. You got that right, Jed? Okay, perfect, thank you. Who will provide an overview on the overall site review process, which started with what was then the planning department back in 2023. Following Mr. Cornock will be Veritex and Tecton, who will walk the board through the comprehensive site selection process of the 16 sites. And along with, we're going to add on to the Neal Youth Baseball Field property on Gifford Street. And after that, we'll be certainly happy to answer any of the questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I won't ask again, but can you hear me?
Yes,
Very good.
very well.
For the record, Jed Cornock, once again, Community Development Director. I will lead off, as Boyd mentioned, with just a simple summary of the work that we did on the town-owned parcel inventory analysis. So apologies ahead of time for anyone who's heard this presentation before, so I'll try to go through it relatively quickly. As you can see up on the screen, the purpose was essentially to evaluate all of our town-owned properties to figure out what the best future use of each one of those would be. As you can see up on the screen, it took us approximately a year, and I'll confess we're still working on the second phase, which I'll sort of articulate in the next few slides. But we've completed the first phase, which is all of the properties that are over 2 acres in size. So as I mentioned, so what we did is we started with the fiscal 23 assessors database, a very large spreadsheet of 576 town-owned properties. Very first item we did was we took out any properties that were owned by the Conservation Commission, assuming that they would have a conservation restriction on them. For the most part, they do. And so we were left with 404 properties that were owned and under the jurisdiction of the Select Board only. From that, that's that first phase. You can see the 132 properties were over 2 acres in size. So everything over 2 acres, we called it phase 1, and everything under was phase 2. We went through an initial screening process, which I'll describe in a second, where we came down to 33 total properties, and then eventually we came down to 22 properties, which you may remember approximately a year ago, I presented the findings of all 22 of those properties at a select board meeting. So as you can see up on the screen, and I'm going to make this a little bit larger so that everybody can see it. As you can see, we put them into two buckets. Basically, bucket one was dispose of or get rid of that property for some other use, namely affordable housing at the time, or keep it for other municipal purposes. So this is just another slide that sort of talks about the process in just a graphical way. Essentially what we're doing is we're applying filters, and we sort of get ourselves down to a population of properties that can actually move forward with some sort of development in the future. So here's the filter. As I mentioned, filter one was all about the Conservation Commission owned properties. Category 2 was essentially an eyeball test, we'll call it. A GIS analysis of essentially just looking at the property using aerial photography to identify whether or not it's got future potential or if there are clear environmental issues that would prevent it from being developed in the future. So I won't go through all of the categories, but you can see up on the screen the process that we went through. And essentially that first screening was essentially just that first look at it, and then we applied filters 3 and 4, which I'll articulate in a second. So here are two examples of what I'm describing by that first eyeball test. So on the left-hand side, the image indicates the parking lot, which is Peg Noonan and Eastman's parking lot. Clearly, it's a developed site, so we categorize that as a not possible and developed because it's clearly being used for something that's very important in town. And on the right-hand side, another easy one, open space or environmental was the category. It's clearly not developed because it's a salt marsh area over by New Silver Beach. So this is where we asked a few more questions about each of the properties. This is getting down into the nitty-gritty of whether or not a site can be developed. So first and foremost, does it have the minimum lot size requirement, and does it have frontage? Frontage is a very important component of whether or not a developable site is developable. But then we looked at things like topography and wildlife populations and wetlands on the sites, essentially challenges to future development. And you can see them on the screen. I don't think I need to articulate all of them, but of particular concern, and Member Goldstone, you mentioned the flood zone component. We put into the database each of the properties in which flood zone they're in and try to tie the challenging components to developing the site based on which flood zone they're in. But in particular was the Water Resource Protection Overlay District, Coastal Pond Overlay District, and the nitrogen sensitive areas, because those are restrictions on the type of future development that can occur on those sites. And then lastly, we put in information about when the property was obtained, how it was obtained. So for example, did it go to town meeting? Was there some sort of taking that was involved? And we put together a copy of any deed restrictions that we could find on each property. So this is what the database essentially looks like. You probably can't see it from home unless you look over to those screens, but essentially it's just asking questions about each one of the properties and coding it with a yes or a no, indicating whether or not it had an issue or it didn't. And so the ultimate goal here is to then assign a scoring matrix that we haven't quite developed, but anytime you have a yes for a certain characteristic, we would weight it in a certain way and then be able to come up with scoring criteria for each one of the properties. So then the final item was to essentially put them into these three buckets, as you can see up on the screen. A good candidate would be essentially a property that meets all of the minimum requirements for lot size and frontage, doesn't have environmental issues or any restrictions on its development. For example, it's not in a flood zone, It doesn't have a Zone 2 protection, et cetera. A moderate, so think of this as a traffic signal. So green is good, yellow is moderate, red is bad. So in that situation, all of the poor candidates had too many issues, in our opinions, to move forward as a viable developable parcel. So we took that information and then we brought it to the Police Station Advisory Committee. And these were the criteria on the screen, which we brought forward 16 potential sites that essentially met this criteria. So we were looking for properties that were 5 acres or more. We were focusing on the good and moderate sites. Each one of the sites could be vacant or currently developed, so we weren't screening those out beforehand. It could be any location in town, so it wasn't site-specific. We were doing our best to avoid properties that were obtained by the Cape Cod Open Space Land Acquisition Program. So that is essentially the land bank. Those sites were purchased generally for open space, public recreation, or water resource protection. And then we attempted to avoid land around Long Pond. And I say we attempted to because as I made my way through the analysis, it became very clear, and you may have put that together with attachment to your packet, that there really isn't a lot of land left that can be developed in the future, or at least doesn't have significant issues that have to be overcome for developing. So the next steps in this analysis are to continue to find outstanding deeds if they are missing. There are some along the west side of Long Pond that we're still researching. And then look for any properties that might be needed or used for any sort of Article 97 swap, and then research other suggested sites as needed. And those...
Mr. Cornock, could I just stop you for 1 second? And
Sure.
Could you just explain for the public the Article 97 swap procedure?
So limited understanding of it, and I'm sure the town council will help out if I get anything incorrect here, but essentially when property is under Article 97 protection, meaning it's used for open space or public recreation, if you're taking property out of that designation, you typically have to, a municipality would typically have to then either create other land in town that would go into that category at either a 1-to-1 ratio, equal square footage matching, or to a ratio of either 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. So if you're taking out land, you may have to put in double or triple the amount into Article 97 protection.
And they need to go through the legislature.
Yeah,
Correct.
it's a
There's also that.
legislative process.
Yes.
Yes.
I believe that's what we did with the YMCA just recently? Some property that,
No.
was that not the same
No.
situation, that 4 acres? No.
No.
Okay.
So there's
Town council want to add anything to Mr. Cornock's explanation?
I'll also add that the state legislature vote has to be by 2/3 vote in order to change the designation. And sometimes they will ask for monetary reimbursement as well. Of both houses. Yeah, correct.
And I'll just add, it is late in the legislative, putting on my other hat, it's late in the legislative cycle for anything Article 97.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cornock.
You're welcome.
Proceed.
That completes my component of the presentation, and if you have any questions, I can certainly answer them before I have to return to the planning board meeting. Seeing none, I will hand the baton over to Steve Kirby.
Good evening. Again, my name is Steve Kirby. I'm with the Vertex Companies. We're the OPM for the project. So all the work that Jed did, he handed us 16 properties to look at for siting the police, the new police station under the Police Station Advisory Committee. What we did is we took those 16 properties, we put those into our own site selection matrix, which I believe you have a copy of, and we had 18 evaluation criteria that we used over basically a 4-month period to evaluate the sites for suitability for the police station, i.e., the flood zone impacts, site history, lot size, deed restrictions, sewer service availability, et cetera. Some of the acronyms that are included in JED's analysis and that we incorporated in ours, we thought it'd be handy to put those up on the screen just so everybody would know. You got the National Heritage and Endangered Species Program, the Falmouth Water Resource Protection Overlay District, the Coastal Pond Overlay District, Cape Cod Open Space Land Acquisition Program that Jed just mentioned, nitrogen-sensitive areas, and surface water protection zones. So based on our last meeting, the request was for us to review each of the 16 properties as to how we evaluated them in detail, and then also add the 17th property that was the Trotting Park Neal Youth Baseball Services. So that's what we did. So bear with me a little bit. We've got a few slides to go through, but I'll try and keep it moving quickly. The first property is property number 1, which is 340 T-Ticket Highway, which is the current school administration building, and there's a ball field. We had rejected this site because of the traffic congestion on T-Ticket Highway and Sandwich Road. It was deed restricted historic. There would be some abutter impacts once the police department went into operation. It was adjacent to an AE flood zone. We would have to relocate the ball field. And the historic building is in fair condition per the Building Facilities Condition Assessment, which may equal additional dollars. We're not sure because we haven't really looked inside the building itself. This particular property scored a 59 on our matrix. Parcel 2 was 0 Blacksmith Shop Road, which was an 11.4 acre site on Blacksmith Shop Road. This site was rejected because of its remote location, poor vehicle access due to road hills and blind curbs. It was deed restricted for town disposal purposes. It had no sewer and had poor topography. Its matrix score was a 62. Property number 3 was one of the Falmouth Highway properties adjacent to Long Pond. This was one that had 14.2 acres. This site was rejected because of vehicle safety, traffic congestion issues, poor topography, and no municipal presence. This matrix score was a 69. The fourth parcel was 419.
Mr. Kirby, hold on, please, one
I just
second.
ask a quick question. No, what's that mean, no municipal presence?
We were looking for something that would be somewhat near the center of town or also centered with other municipal buildings. Property 4 was 1419 Woods Hole. This is a 16.2 acre site that has one of the fire substations on it. This was rejected because of its remote location, extended travel time. There's endangered species designated on this property. It is a busy road and truck traffic area, and it had no sewer. Matrix score was a 66. Property 5 was another West Falmouth Highway property adjacent to Long Pond. This was 16.2 acres. It was rejected due to no storm drainage, poor topography, no municipal presence, and it also had an endangered species designation with a score of 65. Property 6, this is 323 Jones Road, which is Morse Pond Elementary School. This was 20.9 acres. This was rejected because our understanding is that the earliest the school would be vacated, if it could be used, if the property could be used, would be 7 years. Jones Road is congested, a road with truck traffic. There would be abutter impacts to the police department operations. It's in a flood zone, and we'd have to replace sports fields. That got a 65 score. Property 7 is 0 Gifford Street, 23.74 acre site. This was rejected because it had a deed restriction for watershed protection purposes, no sewer, endangered species, and topography issues with a 65 score. Parcel 8/9, these were combined. This is at Nathan Ellis Highway, Route 151, and Falmouth Woods Road. It's a 30.9 acre site. This site was, and if you look at this, you can see where the You got parcel 8 is the sliver along the highway, and parcel 9 is the larger triangle. This site was rejected because poor access due to Route 151, no sewer or storm drainage, there's a deed restriction for roadway, no municipal presence, the utility easements are crisscrossing that site, and which creates it to be a tight site. It did have a score of 67. Parcel 10, again, as a West Falmouth Highway parcel, 32 acres. This was rejected because it had no storm drainage, poor topography, access issues, no municipal presence, and also had endangered species designation. The score is 62. Property 11 is 650 Gifford Street, which is the water treatment facility. That is a 39.2 acre site. Of course, a lot of it is being used. This site was rejected because there was no sewer, it had endangered species. The current use was for the water treatment, which limits the usable land. And because of that, part of the open spaces there is used as a tree farm. They'd have to reevaluate the current use of that tree farm, and that scored a 61. Parcel 12 is 0 Carriage Shop Road, 71.3 acres. There's some usability issues with that. This site was rejected because it was designated as a Cape Cod Open Space Land Acquisition Program, which, as Jed said, we were trying to avoid. But beyond that, we looked at it, and it did have poor vehicle access to the road, hills, and curves, endangered species. There was a deed restriction for the 57-acre portion and no sewer, and that was a 61 score. Parcel 13 is 565 Blacksmith Shop Road, 95.5 acres. The site was rejected because of its remote location. Again, poor vehicle access due to road, hills, and blind curves, no sewer. This is the compost facility, no municipal presence, and endangered species designation. That scored a 60. Parcel 14, this was 0 Brick Kiln Road. Now it's designated as 484 Brick Kiln Road, the 101-acre parcel. This was the site that was recommended by the advisory committee because of ease of vehicle access to all areas of town, excellent road access and sight lines due to the straight approach to on Brick Kiln at that point, close proximity to all patrol areas. There are no deed restrictions. You have the proximity to Falmouth High School. It will have the sewer tie-in, and it's outside the flood zone. This did score the highest with a matrix score of 76. Parcel 15 was also 0 Brick Kiln Road, which is adjacent to parcel 14. That's 167 acres. Ultimately, this site was rejected, but we did end up having this as one of the top 2. But once we did some subsurface geotechnical investigations, we were able to reject this because did have topography issues, does have sightline issues on the road, but there's large boulders at the surface as well as below grade, which we did confirm with our test pitting and analysis. This scored a 73. And the last of the 16 parcels was 154 Blacksmith Shop Road, which is a wastewater treatment facility. That parcel size is 314.5 acres, but this site was rejected because of its remote location. Again, poor vehicle access due to road, hills, and curves for the service road and the portion of Blacksmith Shop Road that we would site the project on. The treatment plant limits the use of the land, and there are topography and soil issues. This did score a matrix score of 72. Then as of last meeting, we did look at the Neal Youth Baseball Field, which is Trotting Park. You can see that this is the, you can see my pointer, this is the site here with the fields. It's just shown that it is in the water overlay district. There are wetlands adjacent, and there are some flood areas that are relatively close. We looked at this site, and this was rejected because it is a capped landfill, so it does have poor bearing capacity. It's within 2,500 feet of the 0.2% annual flood risk zone, within 2,800 feet of the AE flood zone at elevation 10. It would require replacement of the 3 ball fields, which would be challenging. It required deep foundation or piers with the liner, required at a higher cost. There is currently a recapping project in the works. The recapping project is to add fill on top of the material that's there, and then rebuild the ball fields. As far as the police project, there would be disturbance and disposal of trash during construction, and there would be remediation costs, which we are assuming would be expensive. And pulling out of that site, there is poor vehicle access as you look to the north, just because there is a dip in the elevation and you really can't see the cars coming as you're facing north to the right. So one other request was just to sort of locate some of the major roads where we're requesting the preferred site to be. So again, 484 Brick Kiln Road is here. This is your Route 28, your 151, Sandwich Road, and Route 28. And the star is showing the existing police station. So again, we did narrow the sites to 2 before we did any kind of invasive excavation with our geotechnical test pitting. And as I said, based on the results of the test pitting, the parcel 14 of 484 Brick Kiln Road was the preferred site. It does have the lowest site development cost, and as we said before, it's good access and visibility. There's no jurisdictional concerns. It's got municipal utilities, good topography. The soil analysis was favorable for foundations. It does have adequate size because we're using only a portion of that 101-acre lot, and we'll meet all the requirements of the Water Protection Overlay District. In particular, we'll be connecting to the sewer that's going to be going down Brick Hill, regardless of whether the police station is built or not. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Salad from Tecton. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. My name is Matt Salad. I'm a project manager with Tecton Architects. This is a similar site plan to the one that you saw 2 weeks ago. I did want to just comment on one error we had in the previous plan. We had noted that the extent of site development that we are proposing was 1,000 feet from Long Pond. That was a typo. We're actually 1,500 feet away from Long Pond, so I did want to clarify that. As you can see on the site plan, this is the area of parcel 1444 Brick Hill Road that we're talking about developing for the police station right across the street from the Lutheran Church and Falmouth High School. We're about 450 feet away from the entrance to Andes Lane and 1,500 feet away from the Gifford Street intersection to the east. This is the conceptual site plan, again, that was presented a couple of weeks ago. We have 2 main access points into the site. One that would be across the street from the entrance to the Lutheran Church. That would be your main point of public access. And then a staff entry just a little bit further to the west up Brick Hill Road. The front parking lot here would support public access to the police station. I know there were some questions over why so many folks from the public need to visit on a regular basis in those parking spaces. I have a slide that'll speak to that a little bit further. To the rear of the station, this is where all the staff parking would occur behind a secure fence. The building itself consists of the main police station building, a proposed solar parking canopy, an outbuilding that would house some storage, and an impound lot over here. We did discuss the potential for a future modular enclosed interior firing range as part of this. This wouldn't be part of this project, but maybe something that would be considered in the future. So we are designating an area here that would be suitable for that installation.
Could I stop you for just 1 second? With respect to the 2 access points, was any consideration given to switching them to the extent that public access is directly across from the access to the YMCA, would that be something that would be possible going forward?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So this is an area that we would likely designate as a suitable location for that future potential indoor firing range. And again, that would be fully enclosed, but trying to keep it away from any of the adjoining residences as well. So certainly one of the biggest concerns with this project, as discussed a couple of weeks ago, is certainly on stormwater management practices and protection of Long Pond. So we wanted to highlight a few of those as well. And these have been coordinated through the advisory committee as well as the Public Works. So the project will not have a septic system as part of it. It will be connected to the new sewer line that'll be running down Brick Hill Road. That'll be connected with to that force main. And that sewer project is ongoing regardless of this police station project. So that is not in support of this, but we would take advantage of it. All stormwater within the project site, the limit of work, would be captured on site, would be treated through storm scepters, and then recharged into the soil through subsurface detention basins. The garages and wash bay, as well as the impound lot, will not drain into that same stormwater system. They will drain into tight tanks. They will not discharge into stormwater, and those will also be monitored and serviced regularly through the town's current MS4 permit for that management. The perimeter of the work area, especially that downstream towards Long Pond, will have permanent monitoring wells at regular intervals installed. Those will have periodic sampling, and that sampling and any mitigation plans for anything should any issues be encountered through those monitoring wells will be worked into the standard operating procedures of Town Department of Public Works. So they'll be able to monitor it, and there'll be a plan on file of how to deal with any issues should they be encountered over the life of the project site. We are not planning on going and clear cutting this parcel to develop it. We are going to take a selective approach and develop and only clear cut what we specifically need to in order to enable the work. So we will be going in and doing a comprehensive tree survey within the work area. We'll do that in collaboration with the town's tree warden, and we will preserve species and trees that are suitable and advantageous to maintain, and only clear what we absolutely need to. So we are going to preserve anything we can to the greatest extent possible. Currently, this portion of the site of parcel 14 all the way back to Long Pond, the developable area of it is actually sloping away from Long Pond and towards Brick Hill Road. We are going to maintain that grading and enhance that. So we won't be developing anything that will shed back down towards Long Pond. It will all shed towards Brick Hill Road. Having said that, everything will be captured, treated, and managed on site as far as stormwater goes. So we're not sheeting it out to Brick Hill. We're just making sure that there's nothing flowing back towards Long Pond. So as we've discussed in some of the conversations over the past couple of weeks, 44 Brick Hill Road is within the surface water supply zone B within the town of Falmouth's regulations. Mass DEP has very few prohibitions or regulations with regard to that. Town Council and Department of Public Work representatives have met with the Southwest Regional Office of Mass DEP, who confirmed that they do not have direct jurisdiction over the zone. This is strictly a town jurisdiction. I would note that Mass DEP did submit a letter to the town stating in part that the proposed development of the site within what was previously understood by Mass DEP to be a watershed protection area is inconsistent with watershed protection and control program and should be reevaluated. So here's a graphic that sort of illustrates the surface water supply protection area. As you can see, the darker crosshatch area around Long Pond, which is that solid green shaded area, is the Zone A. That is the most restrictive area. We are not proposing any work near or within that restricted area at all. We would be doing work within the Zone B. As you can see where the star is, that's indicating where our development is directly next to Andy's Lane. The Zone B continues around a majority of Long Pond and across Brick Hill, actually into the high school parcel and some of the surrounding parcels as well. So in terms of public access of the police station, there's certainly a need for the public. I know if we were to go next door at any given time of the day, you may only see a handful of cars there. Some of that is because a lot of those public amenities that we're putting into the new building simply aren't there. One of the big components to the program or the space needs of this building is a training room that seats 50 individuals. Now, this is something that the police department currently has on a smaller scale, but it's only available to that for their own use. As part of this new station, we are proposing a 50-seat public meeting space. So use for the police department for their own internal trainings. It'll be also used by outside police agencies to conduct trainings. These are sponsored by the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and it's something that the department is not able to host now, that allows them to have these trainings at a reduced or zero cost, because the outside agencies will support that cost. It'll also be used by the public. So scouts, things like that, they'd be able to conduct meetings, much like we are here today in the senior center. This would be able to be conducted at the police station, and making sure that there's adequate parking on site to support that amenity, that public amenity, is critically important. Concurrently with any activities or programs that may be going on in the public meeting space or that training room, there's other public activities that go on in a police department. Those include records requests, firearms licensing, seeking aid and support for personal issues and personal crimes that have been committed against folks where they need to file complaints, and seeking help if there's any personal issues and things like that. So these are just a small list of the many issues that face the public where they would need to come to a police department and seek aid, support, and help. So with that, we will hand it over to Boyd, and we'll entertain any questions or comments.
Thank you, Matt. So anyways, we hope that answered some of your questions from the previous meeting, and again, some of the concerns that we heard from the folks in town. Again, thank you to the select board and to all involved for the commitment to replacing the failing police station located right next door to where we are this evening, and I look forward to hopefully a positive vote on the recommended site parcel. But again, we have several members of the town departments here to help answer any questions that the board may have, so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMello, and thank all the members of the advisory committee for the hard work you've done over the past 8 months. I have a question for the town manager, reference to the letter that was just mentioned that came from DEP, and which I think we received today at 12:30 in the afternoon or thereabouts. Do we have any context with respect to that letter?
So yes, Mr. Chair, I also received a copy of that letter at around 12:30. Select Board I forwarded that copy on. I wasn't present at that meeting last week, Thursday. The town council, Keith was there, and the Public Works Director. So I'm going to let town council give some context to that meeting.
Thank you for the opportunity, because I think this letter demands some context. In the meeting, we met with the author of this letter, Jim McLaughlin, who's head of the drinking water program for the southeast region of DEP, along with another support member of their team. And there were a few things that they made very clear to us. The first is that they have very little jurisdiction over this project as proposed. What they do have, as far as jurisdiction goes, is there are some prohibitions for construction. One, there could be no livestock kept on this parcel. There could be no underground fuel tanks, and there's to be no swimming in Long Pond. That's almost the complete list. Aside from that, they said this project is perfectly acceptable under the DEP regulations as proposed. The remainder of the letter was a shock to me, because everything else that's in here is the pure personal opinion of Jim McLaughlin. It is not based in the law. It is not based in anything that the DEP has jurisdiction over. It is the personal opinion of this man. And he did express that to us in the meeting. He went on at length about how disappointed he was about how built up Cape Cod is and how it's not like it was when he was a kid. He was upset. But it was, in my opinion, as town council, highly inappropriate for a person representing the DEP to put his personal opinion in this letter on DEP letterhead. This reads like an enforcement letter. It reads like a command, and it has no basis in the law, except for the few things that I said about livestock, underground fuel storage, and swimming at Long Pond. Otherwise, according to the two men that we met from the DEP last week, this project is fully compliant.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Councilor O'Keefe. I also was interested when I read this letter. It seemed as if the person writing the letter wasn't informed that we plan to use a sewer connection, because he says, in spite of 30 years of advances in stormwater management and septic design, they still present a challenge. So that leads me to wonder if he was fully informed that we plan to have a septic sewer connection. Wasn't clear.
I don't know where he was getting some of this information. Certainly wasn't from the meeting, because what we asked was whether there was anything in the DEP regulations that would prohibit this project, and the answer is no. There's some stuff in here about some of the other parcels that it's not information that we provided to him. We asked about Zone B, and we were provided with information about Zone B. He suggested that we take one of the parcels that's conservation restricted, and said, well, just take that conservation restriction off and go put the police department there. It was a bizarre conversation, but the takeaways were clear. The takeaways were that this project is completely compliant.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions from any of the board members at this point?
I guess I'm at a bit of a loss with.
Oh, sorry.
With the letter that we received a copy of today, as I read it, it said no, that DEP did not have direct jurisdiction, but there was an assumption, especially in the rating of our existing water treatment plant, that the town would be taking certain steps to ensure that those parcels would not be developed, and that were there to be development on the site, that could call into or put in jeopardy the current rating of our water treatment plant, and the need for, create a need, I don't know how that would be remedied. And that's what we as a decision-making body have before us, is a signed letter from the DEP that says that. So little hard to reconcile that, and I don't know, Mr. Lannon, if you have particular insight into that rating and that interaction between what they were assuming that we would be doing to protect those parcels and what that has to do with our water system rating.
I'm happy to comment on that from what I understand, and Matt, if you can help me out here when I miss a few things. A kernel of accuracy, again, from the letter is there, but there was a lot of extraneous, biased thought along with the kernel of accuracy. So the town does have a treatment plan, and that concerns how we treat Long Pond and what we're required to do to treat the water drinking supply, all in accordance with DEP regulations. At this meeting, the DEP representatives did say we'd have to revisit that because there's a map, and this parcel is contained in the map, and it's characterized in a certain way, along with all of the properties that are in the Water Protection Overlay District, and you've seen how big that is. It really encompasses an evaluation of every single piece of property in there. Now, development of those properties has changed over time. Certainly, even within that very small area of this parcel at 484 Brick Kiln Road. The Y is going in there, there's a 40B that went in there, all things that are new since the last time that we submitted this, an application for this approval for the water treatment. It's an ongoing thing that we have to submit new applications from time to time when things change, but in accordance with the last submission, we actually have an excess of credits for how we treat Long Pond. We're ahead of the game. Mr. McLaughlin kept trying to say or vaguely threaten that we were going to lose credits if we developed the parcel like that in an effort to dissuade us from putting this parcel forth. But we had our engineers at Tata and Howard take a look at this, and it turns out we have we're doing so much good for our water protection supply already that we're so far ahead with credits that even if we do lose something with developing just a tiny portion of this parcel, as we're permitted to do in Zone B, it's not going to impact how we treat Long Pond. And I'll ask Mr. Lannon if he has anything to add to that.
No, everything you said is accurate. Right now, we have a half log additional credit to conserve the current lot north of Long Pond. However, we do have additional treatment processes in place, but are not credited in our current surface water protection or surface water drinking rule. So we could ultimately go back and resubmit a new plan to say, hey, these are our additional credits instead of this. However, we have not pursued that yet.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Richardson.
I just think this is important to read for the public, this paragraph, and the reason I have concern based on this letter. Quote, the potential development of public use land within the Zone B could propose risks to Long Pond and potentially cause irreversible negative consequences for the future water quality of Long Pond. The proposed development of the sites within what was previously understood by Mass DEP to be a watershed protection area is inconsistent with watershed protection and control program and should be reevaluated. I have concerns and I understand the context, but I mean, this is a letter that is signed. I'm looking at the letterhead as the governor of Massachusetts, lieutenant governor, and the climate secretary, and this was allowed to leave their office. So I have serious concerns if this was fine to leave their office, that I should just ignore that last paragraph.
I also have serious concerns how this letter was able to leave this office, given that I was in this meeting. It is not a reflection of my understanding of what happened.
Well, in fairness, we received this letter at 12:30 in the afternoon. It was apparently contrary to at least what our impression of as to the meeting. So, you know, I think a response may be appropriate, regardless of how we proceed tonight, to go on record as to what our belief is with respect to the letter that was submitted. Mr. Connerty, do you have anything to add? Thank you, Mr. Lannon.
Yes, thank you. Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works. I just wanted to reemphasize one of the slides and the discussion about monitoring wells placed in the back of the site. That's very important for our infrastructure. So our water treatment plan, we have an emergency response plan. So with the emergency response plan, it has an SOP, standard operating procedure, for anything that could happen within around that Long Pond or within our distribution system. Could be a vehicle rolls into the pond, what do you do? A tanker truck rolls over on 28, what do you do? You have a main transmission line that breaks in downtown, and you lose a third of the pressure out of the distribution system. What do? So it's an emergency response plan that we go to, and we go to a certain section and pick out that section. It tells you exactly what to do. What was discussed on that slide and what was discussed by the design team is we're looking to add an SOP to the emergency response plan for these monitoring wells. So it'll be under the water department to be going out semi-annually or annually to go out and test these wells. If something does come up, however what it can be, we'll have an emergency response and that SOP that we have to be able to know that. So it's not something 20 years from now, I'm going to be retired, if the current water superintendent's retired. It's a book that's placed in Public Works. It's a manual that Mass DEP has, and it's a manual that our consultants, Tater and Howard, have. So if something happens at 2 o'clock in the morning, you go to that plan, and it tells you exactly, this is what you have to do. You have 24 hours, time periods, or whatever. In addition to that, for the stormwater on the site, the stormwater is going to be designed by the engineers, but it's going to be reviewed by our engineering department and our consultants. And one of the things being on this site is it's sensitive. We're going to be looking at storm scepters. We're going to be looking at tight tanks. We're going to be looking at bioretention, and there's different ways to do bioretention, but the bioretention is not just sediment. It's not just gravel going into the system and picking out the system. It's any types of liquids or anything else that may run off the asphalt pavement that gets captured and will be treated, and we'll be looking at that. So as this design moves forward, if this site is selected, as this design moves forward, the engineering department and Public Works will be looking at those design standards and looking at the best management practices, not just what's out there and what's in use, what's the best for that site. And it's progressive. You can have entry-level roadway drainage that goes on the roadway. You can have intermediate and you could have advanced. We'd be looking at advanced for this site. So with this site, there's a lot of considerable design aspects that were taken into consideration. And I mentioned this at the last meeting. I've been at all the design meetings bi-weekly and a lot of times weekly at the police station, the action committee meetings where the design meetings were. And questions were asked, and if I didn't have the answer, I brought it back to the design team. And as you can see, we have all the design, basically the people that are going to be involved in this site are with us tonight. Facilities, stormwater, wastewater, parks, water, engineering, whatever it might be. We're going to be looking at that because we take it serious. It's our primary function is to serve clean, potable water to the town of Falmouth, and when we are not looking to impede that in any way. So I hope this helps, but I will give whichever way this vote goes. I do have to give credit to Boyd as being the chair, to the design team, to the engineers, the architects, to Vertex being the OPM, to the police department. A lot of effort has been put into this, and the team as a whole has tried to answer all the questions and all the concerns that may come up from either the select board or from the public. So I will say that as being part of that and going into those meetings, they worked hard at it, and the sites that they chose and the design recommendations that they came up with, I back, and I believe Public Works backs also. So,
thank you. Mr. McConerty. Any of the members of the board have any questions at this point? Otherwise, I'm going to allow for some public comment if there is any. I'd ask that none of a limitation on public comment that has already been sent to the board. We've gotten a number of emails, letters, and so forth. So, and I'm sure all of us have read them and digested them. So, if there are any public comments in addition, I invite them to come up with the realization that, as I said at the beginning, we are going to have a further community meeting so that we can hear what the community has to say and the community can hear what we have to say. So,
Chairman Scally?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Chief Lowry would like to have a comment before the public comment, if you'd entertain that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Chief.
I'll be brief. 12:30 this afternoon. Interesting. received that letter, just my opinion. And I'm going to give you my opinion. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I believe the new YMCA is being built 80 feet away. I believe it's on septic. And there's no issues with that. This is a town project. We're going to be very restrictive on it. You know, I came to you coming on 2.5 years saying this place is disgusting. And I came to this meeting last week and told you about how we had a sewer backup in the female and men's locker rooms. And I come to you today saying just to clean that, to have a company come in to clean that because it's gross, and I don't want my staff, I want to make sure it's thoroughly cleaned, it costs you $282.60 to clean that. I come in today, and there's water all over my deputy chief's floor. It stinks in there. There's water in my clinician's area. Stinks in there. Again, DPW, Greg Endicott, 5 stars, comes wet vacs and everything else, but we know what grows under those conditions. And I know I'm not supposed to say this, but what we cleaned up was disgusting 2.5 years ago, or 2 years when I started, right when I started. I was horrified and disgusted then. Appalled isn't even the right word, DC, Deputy Chief, still hanging in his office. I must have said it 3 times because he wrote it 3 times. We need to get out of there tomorrow. It's too small, and it is not a functioning, it's not good for recruitment, it's not good for retention. I had an officer we were giving station tours who said his asthmatic condition is better since after we cleaned the station. This is a health problem for your employees. We need to get out of Dodge. We need to get out of there. And I promise you, we're not going to have a cattle farm out there. We're not going to go swimming in the pond. We're going to be very cautious on everything we do to protect that source. We're over 1/4 mile away. 80 feet across the street is the YMCA, my understanding, on septic. This project will not go forward if we do not go on the sewer system. Period. Exclamation point. It's a great site for you folks, for the training facility. I imagine community engagement. I imagine movie night with the kids, bingo for the seniors and the kids, a selectmen's meeting at the station in an area that's very centrally located to everyone. We have walk-ins every day, constantly. You know, people were complaining about the change with our records clerks. I have a desk officer there 24/7. You need to pick up your report? We have walk-ins every day, daily, pretty much 24/7. So I'm going to leave it at that because I know we're going over, but I just need to be extremely how passionate I am that we have an amazing police department, amazing employees. They don't deserve this. I mean, I'm on the back 9, but I just hired 20-something people that are on the front, and they deserve better than this. So I'm going to leave it at that, but I'm hoping the board votes tonight. I'm hoping you will vote to approve where we are. We've done our homework. We're not going to do anything. We're here as guardians to protect you. We're not going to do anything to hurt this community. I promise you that. And we've done a lot of work. Since before I started, I've been working on this. And like I said, this will be my 4th and hopefully last building project. But to those that have reached out to say, well, why can't we wait for Morse Pond? Crappy location anyway. I believe that building's probably going to be a tear down. It's a mess. The roof's junk, $3 million. At the end of the day, we don't have 10 years to wait. It's awful. That's all. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Chief. I mean, just to be clear, I don't think there's anyone on this board that disputes the need to get out of the current police station for any number of reasons, and I think everyone is supportive of a new police station. I don't think there's any doubt, and no one in the audience should doubt that that is our commitment that was made to the chief and to the community on more than one occasion. So, but if there are no other questions at this point from any of the members of the board, I'll ask if there's any member of the public that would like to speak, would like to limit it to 3 minutes, but if there are, please come up. Mr. Zelensky.
With all due respect to the board, what are you waiting for? Everything that's been presented here tonight. I don't know if that mic's on. I'm just curious what we're waiting for. When I was on the board, we toured that building. It was a mess then. I had to ask myself the question, you know, how deep's the water in the Sally Port during this rain? This is the best you're going to get with the most informative crew, with a group of professionals that have everybody's best interest at heart. I'd ask the board for a vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zelinski, anyone else in the audience would like to comment? Okay. Is there some discussion amongst the board? I'm sure there will be. So would someone like to start it off? Mr. Brown?
So a couple of weeks ago when we were here talking about this, I did ask other board members who had concerns to take a look at the maps, take a look at the history of the project, and honestly ask yourself, is there another place? I don't see one. I don't see anything that's comparable to this, and I think that the staff has given us assurances that it can be done correctly. I'm all for water protection. I've been in the water stewards for 27 years. I wouldn't want to do anything that is detrimental to our water supply, but being on the sewer, I think really makes this project happen. And then all the other places that, you know, they just don't add up with the little tiny access to the street and way out in the backside of town. Nothing compares to this site. And I'm sure that the stormwater can be managed. You know, there's so much technology available now. If we had to, we could use tight tanks and pump that stormwater through carbon filtration. There's going to be a way to make this work. So I'd just like to get this moving.
I will say as well that I am supportive of the site as selected by the committee. I know they did a very thorough job, as did Mr. Cornock and all the other members that have had involvement with this project, and certainly the town manager and assistant town manager and all they've done. So I do support it at this point. Does someone want to speak? Yes. Yes?
I promised myself I wasn't going to speak, but
You
I
do have to announce who you are. just so
Nancy
everyone
Taylor,
knows.
Precinct 1. I wasn't going to speak tonight because I really felt as though the presentation would speak for itself. However, this board put together a committee to study this, and they have done an incredibly diligent job. I believe that we need to honor their work. I think we need to move this forward, and I certainly would urge this board to move this project forward as presented. I understand that you are responsible as water stewards, and I certainly honor that. And I think for me, those questions have been answered. I have called the town manager's office. I've done my own research around what needed to happen to make sure that Long Pond wasn't impacted, and I believe that those questions have been answered. And I would strongly urge this board to move this project forward as presented. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on the board?
So I guess I would say I do honor and appreciate the work that has been done by this group, and I absolutely, as Mr. Muscali already said, understand the need to have a new home for our police department, one that is state-of-the-art, that is healthy, that doesn't leak, that doesn't have sewer overflows. At the same time, I feel that the work that this group has done, I guess I will say, I think we as a town failed far before this started to set the appropriate ground rules, that those parcels should not have been on the table, that area around the pond should be conserved. We as a town have been acting as if that was conservation land for decades without it being on the books. And it should have been on the books so that was clear. And the other thing I guess I would say in terms of the analysis is that when you get to actually scoring the parcels, it becomes very clear that being in a certain part of town is really important. And if that location is one of the primary constraints, then maybe we need to get more creative about what we consider to be an acceptable site. You know, because there's not a building there doesn't mean that that land is not currently being used and is not doing something. 5 acres of trees are storing carbon, they are filtering our water, they are providing habitat. There is a use going on there that would be displaced, and we may need to look at parcels where there are other uses that we need to find ways to share uses, to reuse, to redevelop. Maybe we need to look at purchasing land if that is the area of town that we really need to be in order to get to a site that is appropriate, that does not put us in this sensitive district. And while I appreciate the urgency to get moving, a vote tonight will not move the police station tomorrow. Maybe there are measures that we need to be looking at in the interim, because it will still be years before we have a new police department to ensure that our police officers are in a safe and healthy working environment. But we're talking about a decision that is not only $55 million, but is a 100-year decision. If we were to go forward with this and just figure out that there was some issue, those trees don't come back in 5 years. That's 50 to 100 years for that site to actually come back to what it is and the function that it's currently performing. And I'm not ready to take that risk without having exhaustively looked and creatively looked at all of the options that are within that target area in our town. I'm fully prepared to vote a recommendation on a town meeting article for design funds to move this forward without the site specified, but I just am not ready to commit to this sensitive site until we have truly exhausted all of the options.
Anyone else have anything to say?
I'd like to second what Vice Chair Goldstone has said. As one who voiced the initial concerns at the meeting 2 weeks ago, I did have the benefit of having a meeting with town management, which a lot of people don't have that opportunity. So it was nice to have that. I would like to say it was a one-on-one, but it was more of four-on-one, which is a good thing because it showed the importance of this. Falmouth needs a new police station. Absolutely 100%. We do not want you in those conditions. The site is different than the police, than the building itself. The building is needed. The site can be changed. I do want to thank the committee for doing this work. It is a tremendous amount of work. I do want to commend town management for finding and providing answers for the Trotting Park, which is included in our packet. I really appreciate that. That's also a 50 and 100 year problem beyond today. Town management provided me more information on the decision-making process that led to the recommendation, of which much was outlined here. And I do appreciate what Chairman Mascali and Town Manager Renshaw noted at the beginning of this, that an additional community meeting on October 28th has been scheduled. I think that's extremely important, because we as a select board were given just a few days' notice 2 weeks ago about this very important financial decision as well as site location. And I think we have benefited from 2 additional weeks of intense questions and answers, and I think the community would benefit from that at least one more time, if not more. Again, I go back to the foundation, that Falmouth absolutely needs a police station. I agree with you, Chief. You cannot continue to live in those and work in that kind of environment. It's just not right. So if we do need an interim solution to get out of that, let's think about that. But something that comes to me that we're not answering here is that, this vote cannot be taken lightly, and the number one concern during this election cycle for at least me, I don't know if it was for Jack and Doug, but the number one question that I was asked time and time again was, how are we going to not only protect and preserve, but improve our water quality and our water sources? And to me, even though we are engineering our way to be back to zero, the fact that we're putting in monitoring wells means that we are going to have an impact on that land. No matter what, it's not zero. But we're going to engineer our way back to zero because we are going to impact that land. So This includes all of Long Pond, not just a portion of it. So again, I don't take this lightly at all. This is not just for one department or another. This is what's best for Falmouth in the long term. It's about leaving Falmouth in a better position in the future. And I go back to my bigger question, which I'm still wrestling with in my mind, which is, why have we not built on that land collectively since the 60s and 70s? There's been a few parcels that were 80s, but why have we not built on that land? My thought is that it's because we've been conserving it, we've been acquiring it, we've been setting it aside in conservation restrictions with Conservation Commission, and I believe in my heart of hearts that it's because we've been conserving one of our only large natural parks that remains in town that also happens to have our reservoir. And this decision, yes, we need a police department. The question is, why not make the decision already? It's because this is extremely important. This is a sensitive area, as sensitive as some of our nitrogen areas. It's just one that we as a board have to take extremely carefully and methodically, and we have to make sure that, you know, this is the A+ site. Was there an A- site that might be a little bit better? These are the considerations. I'll leave it at that.
You know, I will mention that I believe, although it wasn't mentioned tonight, that this site was originally completely off the table, and the only way it got back was because there really was no other viable alternative for the siting, and that's where the committee landed. But it certainly wasn't the first choice. It was resisted and rejected, and only after looking back and forth, they came back to it. Mr. Richardson, did you have a comment?
Yeah. I've been on the fence on this one, and I agree with what everyone has said. I'm happy to, you give me a call list of every town meeting member, I'll call each one of them and advocate for the funds. I'm more than happy to do that, and I'll commit to do that. I cannot, in good faith, as an environmentalist, I agree with the chief's frustration that a letter at 12:30 is ridiculous, but a letter was allowed to leave the office of the governor and the lieutenant governor and the climate secretary with, I read the language earlier saying that this is potentially risk Long Pond, potentially called irreversible negative consequences for the future water quality of Long Pond. And town council, I trust what you said in your account of the events, but this letter was still allowed to leave this office. And I cannot, in good faith, until I get more clarity on this letter, vote for this site.
Mr. Brown, you have another comment, and I know Mr. Clancy in the audience wanted to make a comment. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mr.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So Falmouth, as you know, is a very environmentally conscious community. We have oceanographic and M.G.L, all kinds of groups of folks, like Sierra Club is active. How many groups do we have? How many people, knowledgeable people, do we have in town that you would think that if they had a concern about the way the town was proposing this project would be here tonight to speak about it? I don't see one person speaking against it, except that you folks have concern. I know it's a big responsibility, but you know, this kind of indecision is the kind of thing that really can kill a project. Because if we're this unsure at this stage after 2 years of work, and we're going to go to town meeting fractured, it's no way to bring a project. I wish you could have a little more faith in the staff. I just don't see the opposition to it that you seem to be alluding to. And I see we got that letter from the state, but you know, I don't really have as much respect for that as I should, I suppose.
Well, as you know, Mr. Brown, I mean, I'm in agreement with you. Ultimately, I will say in fairness that a number of comments and emails have been submitted, and there are people who are concerned. Mr. Clancy, and then maybe we'll wrap it up.
Joseph Clancy, resident Courier Road. Sometimes a little historical significance is really good. About 7 or 8 years ago, I was on the Senior Center Site Selection Committee, and here you are sitting, holding a hearing in this building tonight. We looked at 49 sites, just like this committee did, all over the town. This town is extremely challenged trying to find an appropriate site to put a major municipal building on that is the importance of our police station. I have a lot of faith in our leaders. Peter McConaty, our chief, our site selection committee, and the people that we've hired to design, the safeguards that have been put on this site, and most importantly, as the chief said, sewer. You're going to contain wastewater on this site and all of the other safeguards. So I think it's extremely important that you give this a positive vote. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not sure we have consensus at this point on this group. I'm wondering if someone would be willing to make a motion to defer a vote at this time, and will give us an opportunity to have a further community meeting, hear some more, maybe digest the DEP letter that came in at the 11th hour, and hold off on a decision right now. There still would be time for town meeting if we don't have a site selected.
Yes,
we have 2 more meetings. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have 2 more select board meetings scheduled, October 27th and November 3rd. Okay. As you mentioned earlier, we have a second community forum scheduled for October 28th. So that means we can go into the November 3rd meeting. Theoretically, you've heard my recommendation before. It stands as it was back on September 29th. I do have a lot of confidence in the work that the committee put forth. I have confidence in our ability to mitigate. Are we going to have zero impact? No. There's going to be an impact, but we're going to be able to mitigate and monitor that. And that's the commitment of the experts, from Tecton, the architect engineer, to the OPM, to our DPW, is to protect the resources that are so vital to our existence. So yes, we do have another opportunity, another bite at the apple. I don't recommend, and I've said this before, that we go into town meeting with a $5 million funding request without having a site identified. But that's just my recommendation.
That's something we can chew on for the next couple of weeks as far as that goes.
We have an opportunity to chew on it and take another bite, yes.
Okay. Someone want to make that motion? Peter.
I just wanted to clarify. So with respect to the town meeting warrant, as you know, we're going to the printer, if not tomorrow, Thursday. And obviously the advisory committee is on record as recommending this site. The explanation that we've drafted, which is in your packet, references this site. And so I just wanted to confirm that that's what's going to be printed in the town meeting warrant, and certainly between now and the day of town meeting itself, should the select board vote a position, that can be expressed in a presentation at town meeting.
So all that's in the warrant is the recommendation that has been made up to this point.
That's correct. So it does not attribute that recommendation to the select board, but that site will be in the explanation in the town meeting warrant.
As having been recommended by the PSAC, by the
as having been recommended by the police advisory committee.
And
right.
to the select board. The recommendation has been made to the select board, just to clarify. Thank you. Okay.
Motion to defer decision on selecting a site for the construction of a new police station.
I'll reluctantly second that, because I would like to go to a vote, but I'll second that motion. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like to ask one more time to really think hard on this, because we're running out of time.
I agree.
I want to come back in 2 weeks and do it again the same way.
I'll be frank. If I get different clarification from the DEP, I'm willing to change my vote.
I think we need some time. That really came in at the 11th hour unfairly, in my opinion.
And if I could, I'd like to actually ask the DEP, maybe we could send a letter and say, do you even understand that this project's on the sewer? Because the letter didn't seem to imply that.
Yeah, and that's what I said before. I think we need to go on record with DEP. So we have a motion and a second, some discussion. All in favor of deferring the vote at this time?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, very well. Thank you very much. And again, thank the committee for doing all their
Chairman
job.
Scully.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for your
Snell.
time.
Thank
Disappointed
you.
but not deterred, so we'll be back.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Okay, moving on. We just heard Mr. Clancy tell us about the history of this site, and now we're, a great segue into the Council on Aging, their annual report. So we have our director of the Senior Center, Jill Bishop, and Mr. Clancy, who is currently the chair of the council. So, Mr. Renshaw, any comments?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't have any comments.
All right.
Good evening. I'm Joe Clancy, Chairman of the Council on Aging. I'm accompanied by Jill Bishop, our director. While Jill gets the slideshow up and running, I'll tell you a little bit about the council. We have 8 working members. They're a very diverse group, but a very cohesive group. They are myself, Jamie McDonald, Karen Ducini, David Hearn, who's here tonight with us, Betsy Hike, Kevin Murphy, Pamela Truesdale, and Jim Vieira. The board continues to support the mission of the Senior Center. We've continued to focus on policy review and discussion with the Senior Services Director and staff. The Council on Aging Board this year reviewed 7 new and 3 revised policies to support the Senior Center operations. Also, a real milestone, in December of '24, we established the Recognition Wall Committee, and we were able to get 2 former people that worked diligently, and Jill will tell you a little bit more about that. Board members board members also volunteer within the center, so they form a dual role, not only giving their time and an advisory and working for policy, but they're in the center every day working to help keep this place running. I'll turn it over to Jill.
Okay, thank you. You all have a copy of the FY25 annual report in your packets, but what I wanted to do was just kind of pull out some highlights of the fiscal year. So some of our summary of statistics showed that we had 1,149 new enrollments into the center. And as of last week, our total enrollment of Falmouth residents is 8,964. Wow. And just know, that is just over 4 years. It's been incredible. Our service check-in units. So as you walked into the center, you saw on the right hand our touch screen. So that actually checks in anybody that utilizes this center, and that's what we like to look at, not just people enrolling, but who's using the center. So that captures that list of, our cafe, our educational programs, our fitness and exercise, our fitness room, our health services, our professional services, and our support groups. So we had 74,595 service units. That's pretty incredible. Our transportation services covered 3,123 rides, covering almost 15,000 miles. We do that in support with the CCRTA, with the lease of a vehicle, with our van driver, primarily medical appointments, grocery shopping, and then to other locations such as Senior Center or any other locations within the town of Falmouth.
Back in 2024, the board wrestled with, were we going to name this facility something other than the Senior Center? The board deliberated and came up with a way to recognize people that had a key responsibility in helping to get this place up and running. So we established a wall recognition committee. We received 7 applications, and 2 people were selected in appreciation for their service. They were John Magnani and Jim Vieira. They are on the wall that you see on the display, and it is available in the lobby to see. The Council on Aging Board announced and presented this first wall of recognition in December of '24, and we expect to be able to add to people in the future.
Continuing with some of the highlights, what we started to do this year was offer a health and resource fair in the spring. And we did this basically building on the concept of what we have right now. We're bringing agencies, service agencies, into the center on a weekly basis. You know, service center would come, say, the first Wednesday of every month, and another agency would come the first Tuesday, and et cetera. And that concept was to bring these agencies in for easy access for our participants to learn about some of the collaborative efforts and services, local services that are available to them. So this health and resource fair, we are constantly being asked, you know, by agencies to help market them or support them or recommend them. That's something we can't do, but what we were able to do is to bring them all in here to the center and let our participants walk around and really understand what's out there for them. It was home health care agencies, nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, veterans agencies, hospice, and medical providers. And it was actually a well-received health and resource fair, something we're going to continue each spring. Something else I always like to point out, and it's a shout out to all our volunteers. We have about 125 to 150 volunteers. They provided almost 9,000 hours of service. And you can see the list of volunteer positions available here at the center. We actually run with about between 20 and 30 volunteers a day in the center. We have 6 shifts in the cafe. We've got greeters, we've got fitness room monitors, we have group leaders, we have professional services, legal support, shine counselors, gadget tech, and so on. So a shout out to all of them, because if we didn't have them, there's a number of services and programs we would not be able to offer. I'd also like to do a special thank you to the Friends of the Falmouth Senior Center Board. They're the ones that put on a yearly fundraiser each September to help support the many programs, special programs that we offer here at the center. It allows us to offer free programs or reduced costs, so they're a big supporter of ours. They've also helped fund our open house and our volunteer appreciation events that we offer twice a year. Every September, to recognize National Senior Center Month, we do our open house. We've done it since we first kicked off and opened up this center. So we held it this last September 15th from 2 to 4. We had 500 people in attendance at this health fair. These are just some pictures in the lobby area, because within those 2 hours, we had 85 new enrollments in just those 2 hours. And we had a lot of people also bring the forms home, so because it was so busy, they were gonna come back. It was a huge success, and part of our outreach initiative that we started to do and are gonna do each year. And my outreach coordinator, we worked with the town clerk, we got the database of town residents, we merged it with our senior center database, because we wanted to target Falmouth residents who had not enrolled with the senior center as of yet, because we want to make sure if they haven't enrolled, they got a mailer about the senior center and an invite to the open house. Here's a couple of other pictures in the rooms, in the hallways. It was a fantastic program that was offered in September.
You can see in 4 years, Jill and her staff have come a long way. They've brought a lot of people into this building, and it's a place of joy, and it's a place of service. As far as the Senior Services Department, we will continue to expand the program of service offerings to meet the needs of our participants. We will enhance outreach to Falmouth residents about the programs, resources, and services that are available. We will implement the annual outreach initiative to reach Falmouth residents who are over 60. Increase social media awareness on appropriate platforms. We're newly on Facebook. So if any of you are active on Facebook, you can friend the senior center and keep up with all of the initiatives. And lastly, expand the senior center hours of operation. That's been a goal for the last couple of years, and it's happening now.
So could I just ask a question? How has that been going, those expanded hours?
So right now, we're only in week 2, and what we've done is we've done it as a stepping stone, Mondays and Wednesdays, keeping the center open until 6:30. So at that point, this large room and our small room upstairs is where we do most of our fitness programs. So we've been able to schedule 4 programs each of those nights. We've had the fitness center open, and we have one of the open rooms for game and our pool table room. So the people that have signed up, pre-signed for the programs, are thrilled. We've got people using the fitness room, and I think it's gonna just grow, but I wanted to start small because I'm the staff person right now covering the evening hours.
So the fitness room is also open on those evenings until 6:30?
Yes, so what we do is we keep, every program runs until 6:15. That will give people time to get themselves together and leave the building, and the building will lock at 6:30. So it's a step in the right direction, and it's something I want to continue and build upon.
Thank you. Ms. Goldstein?
Related question. First of all,
Mike.
thank you for the use of this space. It's a wonderful place to meet. Since we've been meeting here, I've had a number of people ask me, so can other groups use the senior center's meeting space in the evening?
So right now, we are strictly senior center programming, and we've been accommodating for the selectmen and if the town planner needed a meeting. So we're starting with that. I would work with the town manager and the assistant town manager. We are looking at town committees first, because if we do open it up to the entire town, when I first opened, we were bombarded. So we need to focus on, it's a senior center for senior center programming, then how can we accommodate town departments and town committees? So we're going to start there first.
Jack's got one, and then I do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I attended the coffee and conversations with our legislative delegation with my day job. It was fantastic. There was 50 people in here. It was packed. My question is around how much has the senior population, if to what degree, had complaints or feedback on transportation services to either to and from medical appointments or to and from the center?
To be honest with you, we don't get a lot of the one-on-one feedback. You know, for us, we work very closely with the CCRTA. If there's PT1 opportunities, our vans, the CCRTA we have here for many presentations, helping people get the go-karts, talk about their Smart Dart, which is like a Uber application. So we've been really proactive in trying to teach people about these other programs right now. So I don't have specifics for you.
Thank you.
At our last board meeting, Jill did tell the board about the new vehicle that's about to be delivered. Could you elaborate on that, Jill?
Yeah, so we have 2 of the CCRTA. They're 12 to 14 passenger vehicles. So actually, CCRTA is very good with us, and Falmouth actually provides the most rides on the Cape. So our 2018 vehicle is being replaced, and we are getting a new vehicle as soon as I can meet with the town manager and sign the paperwork.
Wow,
Yeah.
awesome.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you. Every time we get a report, you tell us about growth, and that's all.
Oh, you got one more slide coming.
Everything is expanding.
It's coming.
How are you able to manage it with the staff that you have?
There you go.
Okay, so let me show you the numbers. And if you know me, and you do, I always try and make it work. But at some point, the pressures get tough, and we need to do something. So this next slide is how we doing. So I always like to show you, if you look at fiscal year 19, that was the old center. We add, and we look at active participants, not just who enrolled, but active. We had 1,367 active participants. This last fiscal year, 25, we had 4,682 active participants. That's a 240% increase.
How do you define active participants?
Active, they're using the center. They're actually checking in and using the center.
How does that differ from the check-ins?
That is the check-ins. So what I do is you take the check-ins, and then I'm able to see how many people are doing all those check-ins. So last fiscal year, we had almost 5,000. We had that 4,600 doing the check-ins, so they've been actively using the center. And that's what we want. We want people using the center and using the services. So if I look at, we talked about our service units. So if you look at the service unit number in the blue in fiscal year 19, it was 18,588. Last fiscal year, 74,595. That's over 300% increase in service units. I want to look at our first full fiscal year here in the new center. That was fiscal year 22. We had 47,585 service units compared to our last fiscal year of the 74,595. That's a 56% increase in the 4 years that we've been in this center. So that is huge. So when you ask how do we do it, I've got a great team. We keep building the volunteers. And my team, my staff, when I need to do more, they do it. And they help me do it, which is incredible. Like I said, I wanted the extended hours. I'm making it work. I have a plan, but right now I needed to get it and not kick the can down the road and start getting us opening, so I'm making it happen.
Well said, Jill. Well, I'm very impressed with this slide. When she put it on our board for our board meeting, it was overwhelming to see the numbers, the sheer numbers that come through this building on a daily and weekly basis. And Jill and her staff make it work. And I have to stress that to the select board, that you see the volume and we need your support, and we're glad you're here in the building and using it because that's what it's here for. So thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, that it? Yes, Mr. Reed.
I now serve as the Select Board liaison to the Council on Aging. So I've had the benefit of 2 meetings. I think I'm filling your shoes.
Well, you're filling very big shoes.
I'm filling very big shoes. I just want to thank this team because they've taken me under their wing, shown me around, showing me just how these service units and active participants are using this place. Thank you for fighting and choosing this site and making it happen. Thank you for being what you're doing for the seniors in town. I think, Jill, your approach has been amazing in regards to you start small, you try something new, you achieve results, you repeat it, good engineering terms, you're repeating your success here. I think we're now at the question, and this is for our future considerations of the budget, and I'll say it out loud, that we're going to need to scale soon. The population of 65-year-olds is growing, or of people above 60 here in town is growing. If we have 4,682 active participants today, what is that going to be as that population grows? And what does that scale look like, both in terms of crowdedness in this building, this beautiful one, but also how you're able to keep it staffed with volunteers and not without burnout, because we also have to take care of you at the same time. So that's something that I think I've heard in the 2 meetings. One last piece is just on the transportation issue. I'm so happy you're getting an additional vehicle, because what you're able to do to provide for the services for the seniors, to get to services, to get to medical, and get to food is really, really important. And, we got to scale that up too. And I'm hoping that we can connect you more with the Veterans Committee to then, help that very important population as well. So thank you very much for everything.
No, you're welcome, and thank you for the comments. Much appreciative, that's for sure. But I truly can't shout out to my staff enough. They really are hardworking, and they really support me as the director and in the direction we're going and what we're achieving here. So, thank you.
I got to say, one last comment. I love coming here for lunch. It's so busy, and it's such a fun, congenial atmosphere. So it's great.
A good thing, Doug.
Yeah.
I wish I could.
It's gonna be a while before I become divorced, unfortunately.
Have you seen this booklet? It's amazing. I immediately looked up where my folks lived and hoped that they had these kind of services, and they have drawing at 2 p.m. and that's it. The amount of things that you offer is just absolutely amazing, and you are a gem for this town.
Great.
Thank you.
You have one more comment, I
One
think?
quick question. I mean, I'm looking at the growth trajectory here and still growing, but slowing, and one big change, and I'm not sure where it falls with regard to the fiscal years, but was the residency requirement, correct?
The residency requirement was between the 24 and 25.
So I'm wondering, yeah,
No,
I'll
so-
be curious to see what that growth rate is going forward. I mean, it's, how much of it is purely Falmouth-driven growth, and how much of it was also an influx from other towns?
To be honest with you, it's mostly, it's Falmouth, because when you talk about the non-residents, you're talking a couple hundred.
Okay.
Couple hundred. What will happen is we will continue to reach out and target those that aren't enrolled that are age 60 and up. And every time someone turns 60, they're going to be targeted to say, hey, we're here, come check us out. Especially the younger 60-year-olds, when they walk in the door, they're like, oh my God, this is so much more than we expected. Your service units will be based on basically the volume of people we can hold and how many programs we can put on. I booked this place out like no tomorrow. Same with our evening activities as we build upon it. But what will happen is those service units will kind of flatten, because if they're all full and you only have so many, we just did our online signups. We do our fitness classes 2 months at a time. I'm not kidding when I say it's like Taylor Swift concert tickets. You know, the biggest frustration, I didn't get into the class I wanted, you know, so.
Hear that, Jack? A younger 60-year-old.
Yeah. Well, you extend those hours, you're going to continue to get those active 60 and 65-year-olds. So
Youngins.
thank you for doing that, yeah. Okay, all right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Board.
your report. We'll move on to the Shellfish Advisory Committee. Mr. Renshaw, anything on that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not have any comments. I think the chair has a presentation. Can you help?
Yeah, we've received the report.
Is that
Hi,
already
everyone.
loaded?
Hi, introduce yourself, please.
I'm Peter Chase, Chairman of the Shellfish Advisory Committee, and I'm just going to provide a summary of what we've accomplished in the past year. I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'll move kind of briefly through these points. But we've had another really productive year at the Shellfish Advisory Committee. We met roughly every 6 weeks and focused on a variety of shellfish issues important to town residents. To be honest, in the summer, we were not meeting every 6 weeks. It's a tough time for our members. Everybody's very busy, so had a few months of a break there in the summer. We continue to support the town aquaculture pilot project in the Eel River. This was designed and implemented with input from the committee. The project's been very successful. Growers are producing a high volume of oysters, and they're also providing gear rental fees to the town, which in turn are used to purchase quahog seed to support commercial and recreational diggers. So the program really supports the committee's mission of maximizing shellfish production and reducing nitrogen in our estuaries. We do have a MES representative join us for every one of our meetings. And we work closely with that department on shellfish-related decisions, including timing of shellfish area openings, locations for seed dispersal, and also budget management, particularly in regards to quahog, oyster, and scallop seed purchases. We also work with MES on developing experimental projects. For example, the MES department has now been working for 2 years on a quahog seed netting project with support from wild harvesters. The goal is to determine the best methods for reducing mortality of field plant quahogs. The idea for this work came out of meetings that our committee had along with MES with neighboring shellfish departments back in 2023, and the results are continuing to look very promising, and the experiments are going to continue into next year. I think our biggest accomplishment in the last year was finally getting Falmouth Harbor open for shellfishing during the winter months. We've been trying for years to do this, and we finally got all the permitting required from the Division of Marine Fisheries and opened it up in the winter for commercial harvest. And this provided diggers with a highly productive area to fish during the winter months, and it also reduced fishing pressure in other town shellfishing areas. The committee's also been participating in ongoing discussions with Amy Lowell and the DMF regarding the proposed outfall project to ensure that any potential impacts to commercially important shellfishing areas are considered during the planning process. Amy was here earlier, so I was going to say thank you to Amy, but she's been very nice to include us in those discussions and taking our comments very seriously. And just as a reminder to everyone, the Shellfish Advisory Committee is here as a resource for the MES, for the Select Board, for town residents. Our group is comprised of marine scientists from WHOI and NOAA, commercial and recreational diggers, commercial shellfish growers. We have a broad spectrum of experience on our team, and we encourage you to reach out anytime with shellfish-related questions or concerns. We regularly address comments and questions that are emailed to the Shellfish Committee email account, and we can be reached at shellfishadvisory@falmouthmass.gov. And that is all I have. Happy to take questions.
I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chase. Well, what type of harvesting are they doing in Falmouth Harbor? Cohogs?
Cohogs, yep.
And all by boat, I would imagine?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it can't open until there's a reduced number of boats in the harbor. The FDA, I think it has to get under 20 boats in the harbor or something before they will allow us to open it for harvest.
And now do they have to take those and put them in a basket and let them rinse out somewhere else? Is the harbor clean enough?
No, yeah, it is. That's what all the water quality testing has been about over the years. So it really became an issue of boat traffic. So in the off-season, the harbor clears out and the water is clean enough to harvest without depurating the product. And they sell the cohogs.
No, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Thank you. 2 questions. First, you going to Oyster Fest this weekend in Wellfleet?
I don't think so.
No?
It's
All
been a
right.
while.
I'll eat oysters in your place then.
Yeah.
Second, in my day job, Senator Fernandez is chair of agriculture and fisheries. We did a tour of the oyster farm on the South Coast, and they had noticed that the size of shellfish across the board has been shrinking, the actual size. Do you know if there's any data that we have here in Falmouth that shows a trend there, or if that's an isolated thing?
Well, I don't know about hard data on that because we're not taking measurements, but in terms of harvest size product, we are not seeing that same problem. We're having outstanding growth rates in, at least speaking of the Eel River, we can get oysters to 2.5 inches, 3 inches. If you leave them in too long, they're 4.5. So they grow really quickly, tons of food in there.
Great, thank you so much.
Plenty to eat, right?
Plenty to eat, yep.
Not a problem. I will contribute to eating of the oysters.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chase.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Okay, we'll move on to vote article recommendations for November 17, 2025. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all recall, the Select Board voted to approve and move forward 24 of the 26 articles that were presented at the last meeting. The 6 articles of those 24 that fall into the purview of the Select Board are Articles 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, and 18. Peter's done a great amount of work putting this together, working with staff and kind of coordinating the process. So I'm going to ask Peter to kind of lead us through the discussion. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first of the 6 articles, Mr. Renshaw just mentioned, Article 10 is to authorize a special act for purchase of grinder pumps and partial reimbursement of private property owners' installation costs. You see in your packet, I know it's a lengthy packet, so I won't assume that you've had a chance to read and digest it all, but there is an explanation of Article 10, which was actually written by Town Council Maura O'Keefe. So essentially, this article does the same thing for future sewer projects as what the town has done for the Little Pond Sewer Service area. So recognizing that some homeowners do have a grinder pump that's required on their property in order for the sewer system to function, others do not. So in order to try to provide some equity among all of the properties that are connected, the town has paid for those costs, at least the cost of the grinder pump and a partial reimbursement for the installation cost.
It continues the practice of replacing it when needed.
So I don't, what this special act does is it provides legislative authority for the select board to do that to the extent that it chooses to do so.
I see,
Right.
okay, so it's flexible that way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we know any history of this type of application before as to where the state legislature ends up on questions like this? Other towns or any?
This has been approved before for Falmouth, so I see no reason for them to not approve it this time.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to take one at a time to vote it. So the recommendation is to vote Article 10 as printed. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Richardson, I believe, may have abstained, but with his involvement with the state legislature, it may have been. I don't know.
I believe you may have just gone to the bathroom.
Well, I'm not quite sure whether that was a formal abstention or not, but in any event, it was 4-0, okay. All right, Mr. Johnson-Staff.
The next article that involves a select board recommendation is Article 11, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to petition the general court to enact special legislation to amend the charter to change the position of town clerk from elected to appointed. I know we've discussed this with the select board before. There are a number of reasons to do this. As a practical matter, the question becomes, is there anyone qualified who is a resident of Falmouth who would be eligible to, run for election and be elected as town clerk? With an appointed position, you have a bigger talent pool to draw from. There are checks and balances. One of the advantages of having an appointed town clerk is it ensures that the town clerk is part of the management team, so it allows for good coordination. And I should note that I've said it before, Michael Palmer is an outstanding town clerk. We've not had a problem with coordination with Michael Palmer. He is supporting this charter change because he recognizes that the job requirements, the technical challenges and expertise that are required in the modern day are different from what they were when he first was elected to town clerk. The other check and balance I just wanted to mention is this ensures that the town clerk is not a partisan, right? So the town manager works for a select board that can be at any time comprised of Republican, Democrat, Independent, you name it. So the town manager has no vested interest in swaying to one political party or another. If you have an elected town clerk, that's not assured.
And also, isn't this is, to my knowledge, almost becoming standard in the Commonwealth? Like, there's been a number of communities that have made this change. I think that's important to point out.
Absolutely. Thank you for making that point.
Yeah.
This is absolutely the direction that most communities are moving. Not that it's, there are still many that have elected, but those that are making a change, it's only going one way.
Right. Thank you.
Ms. Goldstone?
One question, just wondering if it's worth including in the explanation, appointed by whom?
Sure, we can add that, appointed by the town manager. Thank you. That's an excellent idea.
Is there a residency requirement for the town clerk? Would there be a residency requirement that would need to be waived?
So, we can discuss.
If we didn't find if the person didn't live in Falmouth, obviously.
Right. We haven't determined that. It might make sense to treat the position the same as other division heads, so that it allows the select board to waive that requirement.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Also,
Yeah.
to Vice Chair Goldstone's question about who appoints, it would be town manager's appointment, but with affirmation from select board as a division or department.
Right, I'm just thinking it might be worth including that clarification
Good.
in the explanation.
Good talk.
Okay, well then, is there a motion? The recommendation is that the town vote Article 11 as printed with the possible amendment to the explanation as proposed by Vice Chair Goldstone. Is there a motion?
Real quick, can I just, just for the record, Article 10, I vote yes.
Okay.
I
Well,
can, yeah.
We had you down as an abstention,
No,
and
so
I wasn't
it's-
sure whether you
Let it-
left
let- okay.
because of your involvement with the state legislature?
Yeah,
or-
letters of support are a no. Everything else is a
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. Record will reflect that.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion here on Article 11?
Motion to move the recommendation and explanation amended to include the appointment,
By the town manager.
appointment by town manager with affirmation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Article 12, to authorize the Select Board to accept from New Cape Cod Country Club, Inc., a gift of all or a portion of land. So this is, as the board is aware, the Cape Cod Country Club, and all of those parcels are listed. We have, this is a Select Board-sponsored article, so we are recommending that the board recommend this article. I know there has been a lot of community input on this. There are a lot of folks who really don't want to see the golf course be lost and would like to see it, remain as undeveloped space. The developer is, the landowner is in control here. So there is, potentially an opportunity for a solar development. If that solar development doesn't happen, then, it's back under the control of the owner to do with as they see fit. These two articles, Article 12 and Article 13, allow the Select Board in the town an opportunity to have the town take control of the land long-term. So certainly for a 20 to 30-year period, there would be a solar development, and then the town would have control of the land thereafter, some of it with an open space protection and some without.
And many of the questions that have been raised with respect to decommissioning, bonding, and all that have been, would be within our jurisdiction going forward with any agreement that is with the developer.
That's correct. And in a number of those cases you just mentioned, they're required by both state and local regulation that there be a decommissioning plan. And we would certainly insist on a bond to cover those costs.
And I will remind the board that although Mr. Brown was on the board at the time, the Select Board went into a non-binding memorandum of understanding with the proponent to develop it in this fashion. So this board has supported that back in September of 2023.
Right.
Mr. Brown?
Sort of a conceptual approval.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm interested to know about the language here that says, enter into a lease or leases for a term of up to 40 years as may be extended by agreement of lease parties. Now, when we first were talking about it 4 years ago, I thought we agreed that it would be a lease period of up to 30 years with the potential to extend to 40. Does this language now mean it's going to be 40 with a potential to extend beyond 40, or am I misunderstanding?
I don't recall what it was before, but you're correct. The idea is to have it be up to 40, which could be 30, with the possibility of more. I think realistically, we're looking at 30 to 35. You don't see a lot of large-scale ground-mounted solar arrays that are for more than 35 years. Just because it's not realistic to have a long-term lease agreement like that with one company.
I agree. I'm just curious about this language, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand what it actually says, because to me, it seems to be saying that we're agreeing to 40 years as may be extended. Does that mean we may extend beyond 40 years?
Sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Could, but not without controls. There will always be multiple checkpoints along the way. What we are trying to avoid is coming back to town meeting for that.
Right. I have another question, if I could, before we get, too far down the road with this. If we start to realize that we want to request additional features in this project that hadn't been previously discussed, and we get to a point where we're not agreeing with the developer, can we undo this, or do they have certain rights that would be attributed because of our continued support for the project by voting these articles?
Well, nothing's been fully committed yet. All this does is authorize the select board to act. That's all this article does.
Okay.
At no point is there, there's no triggering event contained in a town meeting article like this.
Okay, this just gives us a chance to start talking about it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Any further discussion, questions? If not, the recommendation is that the town vote article, or that the select board vote article, that the town vote Article 12 as printed. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
No.
Okay.
No discussion.
4-1. Okay.
I don't think there's, I'll get to it with the further articles. I'm going to vote
Okay.
no on all three, but.
All right, thanks.
All right. We're on Article 13. Mr.
Article 13 also addresses the Cape Cod Country Club, whereas Article 12 was authorizing, a town meeting authorizing the select board to enter a lease and to acquire the land. Article 13 addresses the procurement process, which under the typical Chapter 30B, Section 16, the managing all of the moving pieces would be difficult to impossible. So this Article 13 seeks special legislation to allow the town to negotiate the lease terms with the one party that owns this one parcel of land.
Any questions? The recommendation is the town vote Article 13 as printed. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'll discuss on the next one.
Okay. All right. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
No.
Okay, Mr. Richardson votes no. Okay. Next.
Article 14 also presumably related to the Cape Cod Country Club. So this is a petition article on the petition of Richard Hamilton, and it seeks to amend the official zoning map with respect to the large-scale ground-mounted solar overlay district. The recommendation is indefinite postponement, and the town council has advised, and I'll let her speak to it directly. The intent appears to be to prevent the Cape Cod Country Club from developing solar. However, given the case law and the state law that's applicable here, it may have or it will have the unintended effect of the town losing control over the siting of large-scale ground-mounted solar.
Beyond just this project.
Yes,
Right.
This project and others.
yes, any project.
Okay.
Sorry, can you explain?
You want to go
Sure.
further?
Rationale there?
Happy to. So ground-mounted solar array or any energy siting facility is Dover protected under the zoning act, under Chapter 48, Section 3, which means that municipalities are prohibited from unreasonably restricting them. And there's a recent case from 2022, Tracer Lane 2 Realty v. the City of Waltham, that addressed this unreasonability issue for siting ground-mounted solar arrays. And that case stands for the proposition that if you have a solar array district and it only addresses 2% of the total landmass or less, that is deemed unreasonable. Right now, the town's ground-mounted solar array overlay amounts to just about 2%. So if you remove these parcels, it will absolutely be an unreasonable restriction to limit ground-mounted solar arrays to just the overlay district. And if that is the case, if the town gets sued for not permitting a ground-mounted solar array, if it's requested in some other portion of town, the courts will order the town to issue a permit for a ground-mounted solar array wherever it is.
So we would lose control at that
Yep.
point.
I think it's in the explanation, I don't even know that this would pass muster with the review from the AG's office, because it's likely considered spot zoning anyway. If you remove these parcels from the zoning overlay district, it undermines the public purpose of the overlay district, and that's one of the hallmarks of spot zoning. So I'm not certain that the AG would approve this if town meeting voted for it.
And this rationale will be in the explanation? It says pending. I mean, you'll be working on an explanation.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we have an explanation. I'm not sure why it didn't get in here, but it has been
And that
crafted and
will
reviewed.
effectively be what we've just discussed.
It's just, yeah, exactly what I just said.
Okay.
I appreciate that, because I didn't fully understand that. Now I changed my vote, but yeah, I just, with respect to 12 and 13, I just couldn't, with my conscience, I was not a part of the previous boards that worked with this project. The level of outreach from the community, and I feel like with my stance I had just had on the police station, I think it would be an injustice for me to have a different stance on nature and on our preserved lands and recreation space to have a different vote on this item. So that is why I am sticking with my principles and what I've said, and why I voted no on the previous two articles. But thank you very much for the description, because I do think solar is incredibly important. I just was not a fan of this particular project, but I really do appreciate the town's work on it and understand how limited our options have been with this site. So thank you.
Make a comment about?
Yeah, please.
Just the project in general. You know, 4 or 5 years ago, they first came to town, informally going to energy committee meetings and trying to lay the groundwork and get support. And I think it's been about 4 years that we've been actively as a town engaging with, started AMP Energy, now Pure Sky or Blue Sky, whatever it is. And when the conversation first started, the golf industry was kind of slack, and there wasn't a lot of revenue that we could identify. That our own country club was kind of struggling, and then COVID came along, and all of a sudden things changed. So now, energy credits are changing, golf revenue's changing. We have a sort of a different landscape. So it's certainly understandable that people couldn't comprehend why we would be doing this now, but we're not really doing it now. We did it 4 years ago.
And I 100% understand that. I wasn't part of that process then, which is why I'm voting the way I am.
I don't fault you at all, and I'm just saying, I understand the people that are making these comments, and I sympathize with their position, but at the same time, you know, I'm in business and a deal's a deal, and if you say that you're gonna support a project, I feel like until I'm presented with another alternative, I don't wanna join with those folks, even though I believe in their position, because if we vote against this or undermine this and ruin this project for the developer, we could have another example of the Liberty Green on Main Street, where we get, you know, spiteful development.
Right.
That's the last thing you want. Even though we're in safe harbor now, we could probably manage it better, but still, I mean, if you don't have the goodwill of the developer, it's a challenge.
That is certainly a concern of mine as well. So the recommendation is indefinite postponement. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Your aye?
Yeah, well, this is so the reason I'm an aye is,
Okay,
but
I
well,
just wanna make sure.
I'll explain it for the record.
Okay.
I think the town should pursue solar in the future, and there's questions on how this would impact how the town pursues solar in the future, and I think that is a problem that is big enough, and I've already been outvoted on the other two articles. It wouldn't make sense to vote now.
Okay. Very good.
So the next article that the Select Board has a recommendation on is Article 17, and that is another petition article on petition of Eric I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name because I'll butcher it, Eric H. And this article seeks to essentially reverse what town meeting voted on a select board sponsored article, which was to allow a parcel of land on West Falmouth Highway to be sold and developed for affordable housing. So this Article 17 petition article would grant a conservation restriction. There are two articles with the same concept here. This first one would grant a conservation restriction to the 300 committee, and the 300 committee is on record not supporting this article.
So the recommendation is indefinite postponement. Any further discussion?
I move to recommend indefinite postponement.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Article 18, as I mentioned, is same petitioner, same purpose. The only difference is that the conservation restriction would be granted to the town as opposed to the 300 committee.
Motion to, for indefinite postponement.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye, thank you.
And that's it.
Okay, well, very good, thank you. We will now move on to consider a vote, to discuss draft regulation to create an arts and culture license for the sale of alcohol. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are asking Select Board to discuss and consider a vote. A few months ago, I asked Town Council, working with staff in the front office of the Select Board office, to come up with I'll call it a solution, a way to allow some of our local arts and cultural centers that make application. As you all recall, let me start back, the ABCC recently revised its guidelines and interpretation and now require these types of venues to basically seek and obtain one-day licenses for their events because they have been relying in the past on licensed caterers to provide these types of events, and this change in the guidelines from ABCC kind of removed that option. So I asked Town Council, working with the front office staff, to come up with a way for us to kind of streamline the process, and I'll say similar to the town of Barnstable offers this art and culture license application process. So I'll turn it over to Maura to kind of walk us through that.
Great, thank you. So you have before you a draft of an arts and culture license. And what I am proposing here is simply a subcategory of the general on-premise license that we already issue. Here in Falmouth, we have special legislation that makes us not subject to the quota system for licenses, so it gives us a lot of leeway with how we manage that system. The state legislature under the Liquor Control Act has a certain set of rules, a quota being one of them, and then after that, they just say municipalities, do what you want with your restaurants. It's okay with us. So where we're not subject to a quota, we have this pretty wide latitude and discretion to do what we want with our general on-premise restaurant licenses. And so here, the easiest pathway forward with this problem that we're having is just to create a regulation, enact a regulation that has this substrata of arts and culture licenses. So this one would allow art galleries or museums or historic entities, cultural venues like Highfield Hall, for example, that want to sell alcohol for some part of the year, but don't want to operate like a restaurant and have pay for that extra additional fee to operate year-round. But they also operate more than the one-day licenses. And at a certain point, the one-day licenses become prohibitively expensive and just difficult to administer. There are certain problems with that. You can only get 30 per person of those one-day licenses. So for someplace like Highfield Hall, They have to sort of ask people to come forward to apply if they need more than 30. This strikes a happy balance. So here, it would, it defines some of the classes of businesses or organizations that would be entitled to this, and you see it's in 3 categories. Gallery or exhibition hall, where works of art, including paintings, drawings, other media are placed on display, and this would really be like an art gallery if they want to have wine tastings on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. A cultural venue where you're going to have theater or dance or music performances. And then 3, I'm going to propose an amendment here to incorporate the libraries within the town that also might have events that would fall nicely within this category. So 3, I propose to have it say a museum, library, or historic building that displays or exhibits artistic, historic, scientific, natural, or man-made objects of interest, so that it would incorporate something like the West Falmouth Library. They actually do quite a few events, and then that way you wouldn't have to stretch to actually, it's just more explicit that way. And then the applicants, successful applicants would also be subject to other requirements of the general on-premise license, which really come down to like they have to provide some sort of food, just so you don't have too many glasses of wine and then wander out to the parking lot. Yes?
Presumably with this, when like a restaurant is getting a liquor license, they're giving us hours of operation. In this case, where it's in that some more than one day, less than full-time operation, is like part of that application will be they'll give us dates or times or a rough number of dates. Like how much information, I guess, would applicants be providing about the frequency of this, or is this just a license to provide alcohol as many times as you want within a year?
So that section C would address that. For any kind of general on-premise license, these other requirements that aren't listed here are things like hours of operation. You have to have a responsible manager on site. You would have to provide a plan that shows exactly where the alcohol service is going to be, and then alcohol service would be limited to that area only. You'd have to show where the bar is set up. You'd have to show that your servers are tip certified, for example. So all of those other sort of and also requirements that restaurants have would all be subject to this arts and culture license too.
Just to clarify, what we're being asked tonight is to authorize the scheduling of a public hearing to hold this license, to move this license forward. Is that correct?
That's correct. Because it's a regulation and not a bylaw, so it's not going to be submitted to town meeting for approval, you're going to hold a regulatory hearing. So if you want to move forward with this, with or without the proposed amendment that I gave to you tonight, then this would be scheduled for a public hearing. This would be published in the paper. It would be noticed properly so that people could come and provide commentary. The notice would allow, invite responses and invite people to come and attend the hearing. And then you could enact it that way.
Mr. Brown?
Are they able to secure an entertainment license? There's no prohibition from that now. We don't need to include that here, right?
No, so that it would be a separate, that's a completely separate licensing structure. It would be a different kind of license if they secure this alcohol license. There's 2 different licenses, one if you have serve alcohol and one if you don't.
Okay.
So they would be entitled to either one of them.
So that doesn't need any special?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Richardson?
First, I just want to say, love this voice crack. This is great. I like this direction of making this easier and being able to, promote the arts more. My question is, if we did something like is in Yarmouth, where they have the mixed, where they have the cultural center, if they wanted to serve liquor just as part of their day-to-day operation, would that not be allowed under these regulations? And would that more fall under a regular bar or restaurant?
That's an excellent question. It's not what was contemplated for this. This is intended for not a full-time operation. It doesn't have a maximum hours set out, but I think that that's something that should be considered. I didn't want to put that kind of black letter cap here, but certainly if some entity were to try to get this license, which is meant to be for less hours and would be monetarily discounted because of that, but then operate 7 days a week, it would undermine this. So there should be a control on that.
So I guess hypothetical I'm talking about would be almost a different license, or would that be a different? I attended Mass Cultural Council, had a great event where they talked about the success of that, and I think that's a model that we should try and replicate, a center like that in town. And I think if they served, food and drinks, that would be great. I guess then, if you can, this might be too hypothetical, this is why I'll never be a lawyer. Would that then just be like a regular restaurant and would be kind of separate from this regulations?
It sounds like it would be.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brown?
So then would we consider language that we'd say that to host occasional events, not to exceed 4 or 5
Not to exceed something.
Yeah.
4 per week?
4 per week,
Less than a
right.
full-time basis? I can toy with some language and come back with that.
Do you need that language before going to schedule a hearing?
No, I'd prefer to schedule a hearing, and I'll come back, and then you can even, you can still change the language at the hearing. That's
Okay.
perfectly acceptable.
So I would just like to say thank you to you and to town manager for hearing this and seeing this and adding an efficiency, because I've seen West Falmouth Library as your example, and College of Light Opera House and others come back continuously. And they're small businesses and nonprofits, and, this could save a lot of time. So appreciate the effort, and therefore I'd like to make the motion to schedule a hearing to adopt the arts and cultural license for the sale of alcohol as presented.
And I'll second that and the comments.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye. Thank you very much for that.
Appreciate that, that's a
Yes,
good idea.
I similarly echo those comments as well. Okay, we are now to consider a vote to declare an emergency pursuant to M.G.L. Chapter 32, Section 91, for the purpose of a retiree working more than 1,200 hours for the Emergency Communications Center, and I'll ask Mr. Renshaw.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This has a lot of moving parts. Peter worked with our HR director, Mrs. Susan Lumping, and town council, looking at retirement regulations and laws. I'm going to ask Peter to kind of walk us through the discussion, and we'll answer any questions.
Sure. So the issue stems from the limitation under the general law with respect to a mass pension retiree. So in this case, a municipal retiree who's collecting a pension, and there's a limit that says you can only work so many hours or earn so much revenue in the pension system without paying a penalty in terms of losing some of your pension benefits. We do from time to time find it extremely helpful to hire back some of our retirees to take advantage on typically a very part-time basis of their expertise and their knowledge. In this case, we have an acute situation with the Emergency Communications Center, the Police and Fire Dispatch, where because of a combination of issues related to staffing and also migration of 2 new systems that the Communications Center is incorporated a few months ago, and we're still experiencing growing pains working the kinks out of these new systems. So that's a computer-aided dispatch system and a fire station alerting system. Ultimately, it's a huge efficiency movement, that's going to improve the operations and response times, and it's absolutely movement in the right direction. But as we work through the new system and make sure that we don't miss any calls. It has required an inordinate amount of time after hours for the director of emergency communications. And one of the ways that we've been able to get through, and this goes back to when we had more acute staffing issues in the communications center, town manager declared an emergency, and we had the police department personnel working the console and taking shifts covering dispatch. Then Police Lieutenant Sean Doyle was supervising the police officers working in dispatch. He has since retired, and he has expertise in the union contract and the running of the dispatch center. And to get through this next 6-month period, we have an urgent need for him to exceed the hours that are permitted under this general law. The general law does provide for a process whereby the appointing authority, the select board, can declare that there is an emergency, and bear with me, that an emergency exists with respect to the need for this position, in this case, the acting emergency communications center director. A vacancy exists in that position, and there is no other person that is able to fill that position. And it is our representation today that those 3 conditions are met, and we're seeking a board vote to affirm that.
So does this only, does this only apply to Lieutenant or former Lieutenant Doyle? And if there were another person that fit within the guidelines, if you will, more than 1,200 hours or something, would that require another decision of this board?
That's
So
correct.
this is specifically related to this specific individual?
It's this emergency, this individual.
This individual, okay. Thank you.
So if any of those 3 stipulations that are sub-bulleted are no longer needed, then the whole issue is no longer needed. We're already filling it, all right? Is that correct?
That is correct. I also should mention that under the law, this is only available for a 1-year period.
Okay, that was my next question. Is this perpetuity or duration? So it's 1 year.
Yes.
After 1 year, if the same condition exists, we'd have to take another vote, or we're not allowed to take that vote?
You're not allowed to take the vote, is my understanding.
Okay.
At least not without a break.
Yeah, okay.
You ready for a motion?
Just one other
Sure.
question, if I might. I think I heard you say, though, that you expect this to be alleviated within 6 months as a result of measures that are being taken right now. Is that hiring, or is that the systems? If you could just elaborate a little on what those measures are, that would be great.
Well, Peter, again, has had a big hand in this, but it's both. So he mentioned the 2 major systems that we're lifting and rolling out. Thank you. The Mark 43 CAD, computer-assisted dispatch, and then the station alerting. But it's staffing as well. We've been pretty aggressive on the recruiting front, hiring full-time employees. The select board approved the creation of 2 new positions, as you recall. So it's a combination of the 2 that leads us to believe that 6 months is going to be adequate.
Thank you.
I would just add that part of what we see happening in the next 6 to 12 months is promotion of emergency communication staff to supervisory positions that will help take some of the load off the director.
This is a very needed thing, so I'd like to make the motion to affirm the following conditions have been met to declare an emergency service need pursuant to M.G.L. Chapter 32, Section 91. Do I have to say the next 3? Okay. An emergency exists with respect to the need for an acting emergency communications center director. A vacancy exists in the acting emergency communications center director temporary position, and there is no other person other than retired Police Lieutenant Sean Doyle with equivalent knowledge and experience available at this time for this position.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for
Thank you.
that. Okay, the next has to do with the planned retirement process for the Chief of Fire Rescue. And Mr. Renshaw again?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm allocated 15, but I'll keep this relatively brief. As you all may have heard, last month, Fire Chief Tim Smith submitted his letter to the town manager's office indicating he's going to retire. Chief Smith began his career as a permanent firefighter with Falmouth Fire Rescue way back in August of 1987. He was appointed as Fire Rescue Chief on December 7th, 2020, and certainly in the 2.5 years I've been your town manager, he has served that capacity in an exemplary fashion, led the department, as you all know, through some major changes, construction of a new fire station on Hatchville Road, and staffing increases. Because of the process of recruiting a fire rescue chief, as you all can imagine, is complex and takes time, Peter and myself began reaching out and talking to some consultants. It's my desire that we open this up to both internal and external candidates. In the past, I think this is important to state, recent history, the position has been limited to internal candidates. I want to literally look more regionally, bringing in the most qualified professional next leader of Falmouth Fire Rescue that we possibly can. Again, Chief Smith has done just an outstanding job, but I think it's time to look outside, perhaps regionally, and looking for very specific leadership and management skills. The important part of my message tonight, giving you a sneak preview of the process, is that we have reached out. Peter and I created a request for quotations. We did receive 3 quotations from 3 very well-qualified firms. We're still kind of reviewing those, but I wanted to run through the select board kind of the process as I see, kind of the vision of how we see this unfolding. We're looking for, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the qualifications of the actual consultant. It's going to be consultant-led, and I'm going to use the example of our, I guess, most recent recruitment efforts for the police chief, using a firm of that caliber and using the same kind of techniques. Importantly, and I know this is important to the select board, community engagement and soliciting input from the community, in addition to the select board, obviously, as far as the qualities and characteristics and attributes and skill sets of the next Falmouth Fire Rescue Chief, I think is important. So the consultant, as part of that scope of services, will provide that kind of interview and survey, again, including staff with the current department, working with the union, as well as reaching out to select board and the community itself. The actual interview panel, I'm envisioning kind of a similar process that was utilized again with the police chief in terms of a community panel made up of community members in addition to town staff. Obviously an assessment center, having the ability to measure the effectiveness in these different areas, priority areas as identified by the surveys and questionnaires, having a professional assessment center conducted by the consultant who has years of experience running these, because as you all know, if you haven't participated in one of those in your careers, they do require a specific skill set to put them on and put them on successfully, to again kind of glean and get the best possible candidate. So all of that being said, it's probably a 4-month process, and with Chief Smith announcing his retirement in early September, it caused us to kind of get this process moving. Before we get too much further into the process, though, I wanted to kind of give you a sneak peek, again, a preview of what that process is going to look like. We'll be, once we engage, hopefully in the next week, with the consultant of choice, we'll be scheduling some time to sit back down with the select board and, again, solicit that input from you and from some community members.
Do we have an idea, Mr. Renshaw, how much the compensation will be for the consultant, what the range would be?
A range. Peter, do you recall off the top of your head?
Give me a minute, I'll look it up.
I'm gonna hazard a guess. I mean, I think it was in the 13,000 to 15,000, upwards of 25,000. I think was kind of the range of some of that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
We're not looking for any...
No, this is just a discussion, and again, because it's kind of a recent development with the rest of the chief's announcement of his retirement, number one, I wanted to kind of congratulate him for an outstanding career, make the select board and the community aware of that, and also give you a little bit of a glimpse about the process to ensue.
Mr. Reed?
Yeah, thank you for this. It's an extremely important position, so appreciate that you're engaging with both internal and external with a professional search firm. Having been through various search firms for high-level positions, 4 months is very aggressive. So I guess my question is going to be more of what if our system is slow enough that we don't meet the retirement date? How do we fill in the position, or will he extend?
The deputy chief.
Is that how we'll do that?
Yeah, so we do have options with regards
Okay.
to some existing personnel. As you all probably know, there are two standing deputy chiefs that could fill in my opinion. But when we reach that point, we'll make the determination, but that would be an option for us.
Okay, good. You never want the emergency option, but better be thinking about it ahead of time.
Well, we're in strong position because, again, we do have two deputies that are familiar with
Good.
the system and would be able to assist.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Richards?
You have public comment?
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Finneran?
Mark Finneran, Grand Ave, Precinct 2. First, it's very difficult to hear in this room. I think that everyone should have a microphone. And also when you lean back in your chair, it becomes impossible to hear. So I wasn't able to hear a lot of what was said throughout the evening. But I'm just wondering, and it sounds like you did, I'm hoping that this process mimics the process that you used to select the police chief, because it obviously worked very well, and I just want to be sure that that is, you cast your nets very widely, because the people of this town deserve a similar outcome to what happened with the police chief's position. And now if we could only get them into a place where the water didn't flow like an open sewer, would be heading in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to discuss and consider a vote to submit a home rule petition to create a licensing commission. Mr. Renshaw?
We're bringing this back, Mr. Chairman. Town Council has done a lot of work on this, as you all recall. I think she's given a couple of different presentations. I'm going to let Maura kind of walk us through this item as well. And I think included in your packet is a copy of a draft petition and some language. Town Council?
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager. So I'm back again with the proposed home rule petition to create a licensing commission. And based on feedback from the last time I was before you on this, I have two versions for you to consider. One that looks exactly like the one that we discussed the last time, and then another one that also includes a section B3, which would also delegate authority to issue entertainment licenses to the proposed licensing commission. So that B3 says the power to issue licenses for entertainment, including theatrical exhibitions, public shows, and public amusements of any kind pursuant to the three statutes that pertain to entertainment licenses. The first is for a Sunday entertainment license. The second is for entertainment licenses for those businesses that do not sell alcohol but have a common victualler license. And then section 183A, which is for restaurants that have alcohol licenses. And so I'm looking for authority to proceed and go ahead and submit these. One or the other, or neither, whatever you want to do.
When do you make the decision? Or we're going to make the decision tonight, one or the other?
If you want to, this is for your consideration. It's the third or fourth time I've been before you on this. You do not have to do anything you don't want to do. But this is hopefully progressing forward.
I think we should, sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't ask to be recognized, but I think we should move this forward tonight, simply because where we are in the legislative calendar, in order to get this through the legislature, if we want to do it this cycle, the sooner the better. Just with the way Beacon Hill doesn't work. It's important to get these type of home rule petitions to Rep. Vera, Rep. Moakley, and Senator Fernandez as soon as possible, if we want to get this done in a timely fashion.
I'll say for the record, and I've said it before, that I'm not in favor of this licensing commission as proposed. I think it gives the licensing commission the proposed licensing commission too much authority to make all necessary rules and regulations regarding such licenses. I believe that that is a function of the select board, and I think the select board should retain that, that power, that authority. I'm also concerned that if a license is denied, the only recourse is for someone to have to, I think, pursue litigation. I would hope that consider that there is a way that would give some authority to the select board to overturn such a determination. So I'm not in support of this proposal. Yeah, Mr. Brown.
Well, I got a different view. I am in support of this because, to begin with, we've had a charter review committee look at it and recommend it a couple times, and we need to get streamlined. As we get bigger, this town gets bigger and bigger every year, more and more responsibilities and more things that we should be considering carefully. We're fragmented when we have to worry about the smaller details. We're taking our eye off the big picture. So I'd like to see this move forward, and I like the second version with including the entertainment license as well, because I think that the alcohol and entertainment are somewhat tied together. I think it makes sense to add it.
Yeah, well, please, I'm sorry, here's the microphone.
I would strongly support moving the second version with both restaurant liquor license and entertainment licenses under the purview of the licensing commission, because as Mr. Brown alluded to, my goal in pursuing this, and I think the reason that it has come up in the charter review is to ensure that the select board has the time to focus on the strategic plan that is our purview and the comprehensive plan that we are co-responsible for with the planning board and major policy decisions. So it's efficiencies for us, but I think very important in this process is considering efficiencies for applicants. And as we just talked about with nonprofits and small businesses and occasional events, the ability to go to a single licensing board to get both their entertainment and their liquor license, or both their restaurant and liquor license in one place, and not have to come to 2 different licensing agencies or 3 different licensing agencies to do that. Just makes sense from the perspective of applicants.
I appreciate the comments. I still think giving the licensing commission power to make all necessary rules and regulations without any input from this select board, I think that's just wrong. I see that as a major problem, regardless of whether there's some appeal or something from the select board might retain. But to give the licensing commission without having to come to the select board or to a discussion with the public, and have them be able to adopt rules and regulations regarding such licenses and empower to attach such conditions, I just feel is giving a commission way more authority. I think that even maybe the Charter Revision Commission even thought about. So that's my position.
Chairman Scully, any regulations would be promulgated with using the same process, so it would be in a public hearing. And I just wanted to correct that you said that it wouldn't be with any input from the public.
Licensing commission shall make all necessary rules and regulations regarding. That's what it said.
And in the normal course, regulations cannot be promulgated without a public hearing and input.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, Counsel. I'm just saying what it says here on the paper. Well, in any event, that's my position.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm in favor of the second version of this as well, for the reasons outlined by my fellow colleagues, although I do hear your concern, Chair Miscali, and have heard that from other folks. I think something that we can't forget is that we have the power of appointment as well, which, as listed, we have various levels and various times, but we have the power of meeting, power of appointment, power of regulation and policy here. And so with the power of appointment, we can make sure that we are aligned while, the select board, streamlining is very important. We're spending a tremendous amount of time on these types of, sorry, Mr. Finneran, I gotta talk this way. We're spending a tremendous amount of time on these types of licenses at a time when I think the town really needs the select board to focus on the high-level directions so that we are in unison and in lockstep with town management on many different things. So therefore, I'm in favor.
Chair Miscali, I would move that we authorize the transmission of a home rule petition version 2 to the state for consideration.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further?
public comment?
Yes, Mr.
Don't you think that if you were to write in and guarantee an appeal process directly to the Board of Selectmen, the end result would probably be reducing your load a good 80%, because most of these things are just perfunctory, if you will, and that way anyone who thought that they were wrongly, wouldn't have to wait for the next person to get appointed on the board to make it more reasonable. And they could appeal right to they could appeal right to the board. It would certainly reduce your load. I would guess 80% at least, and it would keep you happy as well, Chairman Miscali.
I had made that request when we first started discussing that, Mr. Finneran. Mr. Brown?
Apparently, there's laws that control licensing commission appointments. Did you say that that was not
I
a...
think council's advice was against anything that it might complicate the, I'm not speaking for you, but I think
No, please.
You were saying that it might complicate, once it gets up to the legislature, that having some kind of an appeal process might complicate it.
It's really about it being beyond the scope of the municipality's home rule authority to do so. When you start talking about appellate process, the licensing framework here is so comprehensive and it's already robust. If you just take it how it is right now, an appeal goes from the select board to the ABCC, and then from the ABCC to the Superior Court, and then up the chain. I find it highly unlikely that the legislature would approve including an additional step into what is already a very complete appeals process, especially when no other community does that.
But we don't know unless we try. But in any event, that's
In
my feel.
It is my expert opinion that would never pass muster.
Well, there's a motion and a second. We've had public comment. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. All right, I think we are close to the end here. Discuss and consider a vote to accept a municipal digital equity implementation grant program in the amount of $84,954.04. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is exciting, a great opportunity. As you all recall, last year, 2024, the Municipal Light Board and Town Manager's Office co-applied for funds to conduct a municipal digital equity plan. Cape Cod Commission facilitated that process. The plan was generated, and the plan became kind of the launch pad for the town to then submit an application for a digital equity implementation program grant, which we made that application back in July of this year, July 30th. We submitted the application. Again, joint effort between the Municipal Light Board and the Town Manager's Office. So I think there was a lot of great collaboration. We received on September 29th word that we were awarded the $84,954.04. What the MLB and Town Manager's Office envisions is contracting with a nonprofit that will run and operate and manage a digital navigator program. If you all are not familiar with a digital navigator program, it helps connect people with the digital environments, folks that don't have access perhaps or don't have the skill set necessary to do something that we all sometimes take for granted, navigate the internet. Part of one of the interesting results of the digital equity plan was that of the 14,000, almost 15,000 households, 2,200 households were identified as being at risk and perhaps not having access. The official word, multiple demographic barriers related to greater digital disadvantage. So this implementation grant, if accepted, will allow us to, again, retain the services of a nonprofit. An RFP was generated through the finance office, again, collaboration with the MLB and town manager's office. And I'm happy to say that we had 3 well-qualified proposals that were submitted. The group is still reviewing those proposals, but the important next step is for the select board to hopefully vote to accept this $84,954.04.
So if I may, so the group is composed of, who's reviewing the RFPs?
So it's going to be a couple of members of the MLB and Mr. Peter Clark, who is not technically a member of the MLB, but he was heavily involved in writing the original grants and worked closely with us with the digital equity plan last year, and our finance office, finance director.
So, but who will make the ultimate determination? Will it be a recommendation to this board, or will that, once we do this, we're done with
No,
this?
we'll come back with a recommendation. That committee will make a recommendation to me.
We'll
and then-
decide.
Yes, and then I'll bring that recommendation forward.
Okay, thank you.
That's the process as I see it unfold.
Okay,
Are
that's
there
the
any-
process I would like to see.
Are there any extenuating circumstances that come with the grant? I mean,
Any
is there any
strings?
requirement?
Any strings? No. There's, it's a one-time grant, so there are no strings, no local match that's required. Importantly, though, we're optimistic we're going to show the program to be a success, and the nonprofit that is selected will be able to continue the program going forward. But this is a one-and-done kind of an opportunity.
Wow, great.
I think this is awesome. And with that, motion to approve the acceptance of the Municipal Digital Equity Implementation Grant Program Grant Award in the amount of $84,954.04 as presented.
Second.
Third.
Okay.
Why 4 cents?
Yeah. Why $4.04?
Yeah, right?
Couldn't they round it off like they do at the, McDonald's? They give
Yeah,
you the
right.
option to put it up to $1. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much.
Well done.
Okay, review and consider a vote to approve minutes of meetings September 8, 2025, and September 29, 2025.
So moved to approve both.
Okay. And second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay,
Did not have a chance to review the minutes.
okay, all right, I did, okay, all right, you abstained. Town manager's supplemental report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, so a couple of Fridays ago, back on October 3rd, we had a beautiful day, and we had our 3rd consecutive employee appreciation cookout over at Goodwill Park at the Pavilion. It was well attended. Happy to see. One of the things I love about our staff appreciation cookouts compared to some of the others that I've done in the past is that the departments mix and mingle. You don't see the DPW standing together and the police officer. Everybody's kind of talking and engaging. So it was a great event. And as you all know, public service is not an easy job, and it's important for us as management to recognize staff and employees for their hard work. This is one kind of small token of our appreciation that we show. We're also, Peter and I have been working on developing, and I'm hoping to launch, beginning of the calendar year, an Employee of the Quarter, and then ultimately an Employee of the Year kind of recognition award that we're going to bring to the Select Board kind of for review. But again, I think it's one of those things that it's important for management and the governing body to periodically recognize the great work being done by staff. So those are 2 projects that we're excited to bring forward.
How about that pulled pork?
Yeah. Jim Guzius, our Veterans Director, did a fantastic job with the pulled pork this year.
Yeah.
That was a new addition to the menu.
That was nice.
Okay, any other reports? No? Yep.
I
Ms. Corso?
attended the Energy Committee meeting last week. And just want to share a tip for the public that came from that meeting, which is that believe it's beginning with the either the November or December electricity bills that we get, there will be a heat pump discount rate that the utilities will be applying. So if you have heat pumps, please check your bills and make sure that you are seeing that discount. And if you have questions, our sustainability coordinator, Stephanie Madsen, is going to be kind of looking into that and has more information. So.
You need that discount.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I have
yeah.
one report.
Mr. Richardson?
I did meet with, I don't have her last name. I met with Liz from Lawrence School, Vice Chair, thank you, to discuss a potential, and I've been talking with David Garrison of the Affordable Housing Committee. They're working on a really great proposal, kind of copying what some of the other towns on the Cape are doing, with a property tax exemption to incentivize year-round renting. And I think that hopefully should be available soon, but, you know, really cool pilot program they're working on, should be ready soon, that will have very, very, very minimal impact on the taxpayers of the town of Falmouth, but has pretty cool potential to incentivize some long-term leases so we can look to fill units across the town. So very excited from that, and I look forward to when they give the final recommendation.
The Waterways Committee is considering doubling mooring fees over the course of the next 3 years. And so look for that to be coming our way sometime in the near future. The justification is because really there's so many moorings that seem to be vacant that, and when one of the board members, one of the committee members offered to do some research on what other towns are charging, apparently we're very low comparatively to other towns. And the suspicion is that the fees are so low that people don't worry about if they don't have a boat on it because it's so cheap, who cares? I mean, that's the point I was getting, I guess. So that's coming. They're also looking at holistically figuring out, even though we don't have the money for it, what would it really take to dredge all these embayments that we have that we don't really even try to deal with? But just to get an idea, kind of like what you did with the buildings, figuring out where we're at, whether or not we can afford to fix them, at least we know where we're at. So they're starting to think in terms of that. On another note, the short-term rental advisory committee has a draft for consideration at our next meeting next week on the 22nd. And hopefully we'll be far enough along that we'll send it off to the town council's office and they can put it in proper form and be ready to go. So
one more update, Mr. Chair. The Senator Fernandez in our office, we're working on sending out a letter to EOHLC asking that the seasonal community designation regulations be out to the towns in Barnstable County by the end of November. So be on the lookout for that so we can finally, you know, there's been a big question of what's actually is in this, what's it going to do for the town. I think there's a lot of great things, but to actually see what those are and what the stipulations will be on the town. So hopefully, you know, working with the OHLC to get that to Falmouth and other towns in Barnstable County by the end of November.
And one of these days, I'll remember to bring my notes from the tour of the Lawrence School where, you know, we got a great presentation on the school and all the needs and the actual danger that the custodians are in when they have to go under that building to fix those steam pipes. It's a very hazardous situation. So there's a ton of work that needs to be done in that building. And the height of the ceilings are very advantageous for using forced hot air, which would be a more efficient way to heat the building, plus provides air conditioning. So there's a pretty good plan in place for renovating that building. We still got a long way to go before we get to it, but maybe I'll bring my notes in one of these days and give you a little bit better update.
All right. And I appreciate Mr. Renshaw adding the future agenda items so we can take a look at what's coming up. And With no other discussion, or Ms.
I
Goldstone?
would like to add one additional to the future agenda items. I would like to ask that this board consider conservation restrictions for lands abutting Long Pond.
Fair enough.
Parking. Talk about parking? Or hear the report from the committee that studied that just before the board?
It's actually coming next meeting.
Oh, is it? Awesome.
Jim
Thank
Corrigan.
thank you so much. I don't have any other items then.
All right. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.